of the cow and you come out and you shout and make noise, then he comes back with the cow and he tells you you should celebrate because I've not stolen it. We have caught you. The people of Kenya has caught Kenya Kwanza when they wanted to introduce tax that don't exist anywhere in the world, like motor vehicle tax. This government will go down as a motor vehicle tax government. Mr. Speaker, look at what the committee is trying to do. This Committee of Finance. After Kenyans have made noise and you are reducing these taxes, then you come up with a clause at the end, the last paragraph of your report. You are going to introduce a new clause to this bill, which was not there, called road maintenance levy. And you are telling us clearly that you have not been able to collect enough levy in this year than previous year because the prices of fuel was high, and you are proposing to increase it here by 7 shillings, but I'm told, I have information, that you are going to move it to 9 shillings when we come to the Committee of the Whole House. We must reject these attempts to increase the price of petroleum product, because that will increase even the price of electricity and therefore will increase the cost of production.
Order, Mbadi. Yes, Chairman. What's your point of order and under what standing order? Give him the mic.
Honorable Speaker, I raise under standing order number 91. Is it in order for my very learned colleague and senior in the profession to mislead
He's not learned, he's educated.
Okay. My senior accountant.
You should defend the profession.
Is it in order, Honorable Speaker, for CPA Bandi, an experienced accountant and a very experienced lawmaker, to say and to inform this House that the report on the Finance and National Planning is amending the road maintenance levy to increase fuel prices? He should know better that an increase in the fuel prices is contained under regulations on the Kenya Roads Board Act. And therefore, introduction of increase of fuel cannot be done on a finance bill. It is just a matter of simple logic that such an experienced legislator should know, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Badi, finish up. Badi, finish up. Give Mandi the mic.
The mic. Mr. Speaker, I'm shocked that the chair of Finance and Planning Committee does not even understand this report. Let us go to page 3, is it 397 or 377? There is the last paragraph, Mr. Speaker, and I want to read it if you allow me. New clause 66. New clause 66, road maintenance levy. The committee notes that the road maintenance levy is charged on all petroleum. Don't want to read all that. It says, additionally, the committee to help raise sufficient funds to maintain and repair roads across the country, the committee recommends an increase of the levy pursuant to Section 3 of the Road Maintenance Levy Fund Act from 18 shillings to 25 shillings per litre on all petroleum products. Mr. Speaker, new clause means what? You are going to put a new clause.
Order.
You know, Mr. Speaker,
yes, Kimani.
I came to Parliament.
Order. Nothing personal, Badi.
Honorable
You are a
Speaker,
senior.
Honorable Speaker, this matter was first raised by the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury. Wait, no, for Cabinet Secretary for Transport.
He has been challenged.
Hold on. The committee extensively deliberated on this matter. And it's a matter of fact of law that you cannot bring an amendment to increase fuel through the Kenya Roads Management Act. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, so when the committee will be proposing amendments during the committee of the whole House, we have already submitted our report that this cannot be done on this finance bill, and that is a fact. So, in as much as Honorable Speaker, our friends here, on one hand, they are saying they want to discuss the finance bill, the proposals as they are. On the other hand, they are saying they want to discuss the report. I think they should also declare whether they want to discuss the finance bill with the report as it is.
Order. Next, Murumba Chikati. Order. You have an opportunity to amend this bill at committee of the whole. So hold your horses and Murumba Chikati, Badi's time is over. Your time is over. Murumba Chikati.
He sent us. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while supporting this bill, let me also try and look at the needs that are facing our country across the sectors. Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest challenges and why I support this bill.
Yes, order, Chikati. What is out of order, Women Rep for Migori?
Mr. Speaker,
Under what standing order?
You will get it. I'm a first time. I don't know the standing order well, but you need to know that there are women in the House. Mr. Speaker, kindly balance. If you can't see us, we can walk around. You'll be seeing that there are some female figures in the House.
Are you alleging that Milo Odhiambo is not a woman? Go ahead. Yeah? Chief?
Mr. Speaker, can I continue? Thank you. So, thank you, Mr. Speaker. While supporting this bill, I would like also to examine the needs that are facing our country across different sectors. One of the biggest challenges we've had is with the education sector. The JSS, Mr. Speaker, was started without proper infrastructure. We have a serious problem of infrastructure and manpower in the JSS. It is my hope, Mr. Speaker, that these funds be raised through taxation so that we could be able to support the JSS, which is really struggling to pick up and deliver it to where it is supposed to be. The next area, Mr. Speaker, that I would like to look at is the TVET sector. TVET is critical to the development of our country. But this TVET lacks two things, equipment and manpower. And it is my hope, Mr. Speaker, that some of the funds allocated and which is going to be raised can be able to deliver the TVET sector as required. Access to electricity, Mr. Speaker, in the rural areas is a problem in Kenya. The last mile, which had started in 2013, between 2013 and 2017, stalled along the way. It is my hope that the last mile electricity in rural areas can be able to be spread so that rural Kenya can be able to access electricity just as much as urban centers. Mr. Speaker, access to the health sector in Kenya is important. And therefore, part of this bill proposes to raise money for the social insurance fund, which is critical to access to health in our country. And access to health is also important because it translates to the development of our country in general. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Chikati, you finished? Yes. What's your point of order? Sorry, I was consulting with the chairman.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, there seemed to be a serious level of misrepresentation in the documents that we are looking at. And we trusted that the report by which we are comparing the debate on the bill is accurate, is honest, and is straightforward. It has transpired by the words of the chair of the committee, who has signed the document, that the document did not bear this issue on RMLF. Now, Mr. Speaker, all of us have come here with good faith, and we want to debate this thing in the best of faith as we can. We have even accepted that these issues, although they are going to come in future, in fact, it is like we are anticipating debate, but we have accepted that the chair of the committee will do what is honorable, which will be to make these amendments at the committee stage. But if with this serious misrepresentation, if you work out the maths, you are talking about billions as arising out of that element of raising 9 shillings on RLMF. Now, do we still have good faith that we are dealing with a report which will end up in changing what people are saying out there? Or is it that we are debating this bill, and when we come to the committee stage, then we will be faced with different things?
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, please attend to that so that we can have a debate which is correct and forthright in the House.
I hear you. Mishimbogo. For the point, Kanyuang, I hear you. Mishimbogo.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza niwapatie kongole wa Kenya kwa kusimama kidete na kuweka kilio cha haki katika mswada huu wa fedha. Na niweze kusema kama ulivyosema, tunazungumzia ripoti na tunazungumzia pia huu mswada wenyewe. Na katika ripoti imezungumzia haswa ya kwamba wataweka kifungu 66 waweze kuongeza pesa ile ambayo itakuwa inatoka katika mafuta kutoka shilingi 18 mpaka shilingi 25. Na tunasisitiza hapa ya kwamba jambo hilo halitafanyika, na tukifika Committee of All House jambo hilo lisiweko, kwa sababu iwapo itaongezwa basi itakuwa yale yote ambayo yamerekebishwa ni bure, kwa sababu ukiongeza mafuta umeongeza uchukuzi, umeongeza mambo ya kutengeza bidhaa, umeongeza kila kitu, yale yote itakuwa ni bure. Jambo la pili, Mheshimiwa Spika, hata sisi kama Wakenya iwapo tunataka kukimu bajeti yetu, haiwezi kuwa njia ni moja tu ya kuweka ushuru kwa Wakenya ambao ni walalahoi na wamefuka ukutani. Lazima tubadilishe mbinu, lazima tuwe na mbinu mbadala ya kufufua viwanda, ya kujenga viwanja na kutafuta njia ya kupata mapato ya taifa letu la Kenya kupitia rasilimali nyingi ambazo tunazo katika taifa la Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, niweze kusema pia haya mambo ya mazingira, kuongeza kodi ya mazingira, na tumezungumzia ya kwamba sodo na nepi kuwa zinapatikana na wameambiwa ziko China wazingoje zije. Hiyo ni kumaanisha hatuna uwezo thabiti wa kuweza kuwa na sodo, na hivyo basi afya ya kina mama haswa katika mambo ya hedhi itakuwa na matatizo iwapo tutakuwa tumeongeza jambo kama hili. Jambo la pili, mambo ya mafuta ya kutoka kwenye miti na kutoka kwa wanyama, ile Kiingereza tunasema edible oil. Kwa nini ipunguzwe na isitolewe kabisa, isiwekwe sufuri ushuru? Hii ni kitu ambacho kinatumika, bidhaa inatumika na Wakenya wengi wale walalahoi. Kwa hivyo jambo hili lazima tulitowe. Jambo jingine, nasikitika sana, sijui ni nani ametoa mambo haya ama kupeana mawaidha ya kuweka mambo ya ushuru ya mkate na mambo ya ushuru ya ile mifuko ya majani. Jamani, yule ambaye alikuwa ametoa mawaidha hayo, tutatoka tumwambie shetani ashindwe, kwa sababu sisi wa Kenya mkate twaupenda, twautumia sana, na chai ndio kiamsha kinywa chetu. Nataka niseme pia Mheshimiwa Spika, hata ukiangalia katika huu mswada kuna mambo mengine ambayo yamejificha ambayo yanatuathiri sana, kama vile imezungumzia stove zile za kupika. Stovu zile za kupika ni stovu ambazo Wakenya wengi ambao hawawezi kununua meko za kutumia gesi wanatumia stovu, na hizo pia zimeongezwa ushuru. Ukiangalia tunapigana na janga la malaria, leo tunaambiwa ile tunaita Kiingereza mosquito repellent, ama ile dawa ya kujipaka ili kusudi watu wasiumwe na mbu na kuleta malaria, yes, pia imeongezwa ushuru.
Order, Millie Odhiambo, what is the issue? Under standing order.
Mr. Speaker, under standing order 1.
No, it's
Mr.
not
Speaker,
available.
I'll explain, Mr. Speaker.
Standing
If
order
you give
number
me...
1 is not available to you. Merely, I have the school here and I'm going to acknowledge them. If that is what you want to raise, and it's out of order for you to shoot into the debate on finance bill to mention a school from Mfangano. Take your seat. Take your seat.
Mheshimiwa Spika, bidhaa zile ambazo zinatoka nje ambazo tunasema tutaziwekea ushuru, lazima tuwe waangalifu, tusije tukaweka ushuru katika bidhaa za kutoka nje ambazo sisi kama taifa bado hatujatengeza viwanda vya kutosha kama zile clinkers. Sasa hivi tunajenga manyumba ya bei nafuu na tunatumia material nyingi sana, na hivi basi hatuna viwanda vya kutosha vya kutengeza bidhaa kama hizi. Kwa hivyo lazima tuangalie wakati mwafaka ambao tunaweza kuongeza ushuru kwa bidhaa za kutoka nje wakati tumetimiza na tumekuwa na uwezo kama taifa la Kenya. Vile vile pia nataka niseme ya kwamba mambo ya magari, ambapo magari tulikuwa tunaambiwa ya kwamba ni mapato, na tulipoambiwa ni mapato ya kwamba tuweze kutoa ushuru. Nataka kusema magari si mapato. Magari nile tunasema asset kwa Kiswahili, rasilimali, na huwezi kumtoza mtu ushuru katika rasilimali. Jamani, tupunguze matumizi ya kiolela katika maofisi yetu. Ofisi ya naibu wa rais inataka kufanyiwa marekebisho, mabilioni ya mapesa. Ukiangalia bei ya kununua hiyo ofisi na bei ya marekebisho ni tofauti sana. Lazima tuangalie ufujaji wa pesa tuweze kusaidia taifa la Kenya, lakini tusitegemee mambo ya ushuru peke yake tukaona tunaweza kukimu bajeti yetu. Nataka niseme sisi kama Wakenya tuendelee kusimama kidete, tusingoje wanasiasa tunapoona mambo yanatukwaza, haswa haya ya kiuchumi. Tusimame sisi wenyewe kidete tuweze kusikia sauti zetu zikizungumziwa. Jambo jingine ambalo ningetaka pia kuzungumzia, niseme ya kwamba tuweze pia
Honorable members, before I give the next member, I want to acknowledge in the public gallery Gethsemane Gardens Academy from Suba North, Homa Bay. On behalf of the House and myself, I welcome the students and their teachers to the House of Parliament. Thank you. Wanjiku Muya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to support the Finance Bill 2024 because the proposal from Nyandarua County and Kipipiri have been heard. And I want to confirm to the farmers from Kipipiri that their potatoes will not be taxed. But having said that, Honorable Speaker, as the chair of regional integration, I want to put information to the House that as EAC we are a community. And I want to discourage members from debating and indicating that the bill is against the eggs from Uganda. That is not the essence of having a community. We can debate it nicely. The eggs from every region within the community are allowed. You can have them from Uganda. So constrain debating on that matter because as long as you pay, but let us discourage to discuss that the eggs from Uganda, the onions from Tanzania. We are a community, we can also sell to them. Honorable Speaker, I want this House to be honest to the Kenyans and more to the Gen Z. Honorable Speaker, we have a budget. And because many members have debated on the issues that were raised by Kenyans, and I want to congratulate the committee by the very able chair, Honorable Kuria, because they had the proposal of Kenyans on vehicle, on agriculture, on all those things that have been debated. I want to restrain myself from debating on the same and seek that this House become honest for once to the Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, we must ask ourselves, do we need a budget? Of course, yes, we need a budget. How do we finance the budget? Honorable Speaker, the Council of Governors have been camping at State House asking for more funds. Honorable Speaker, these members, led by myself, have been camping at Honorable C.S. Murkomen asking for roads. Honorable Speaker, these members have been speaking of JSS teachers, asking for billions to pay them. These members have been speaking for the old, asking for more than 40 billions to pay the senior citizens. And so, it beats all the logics that we can join the public in the gallery and the bloggers and Jay-Z, and instead of educating them that even if you go to the road, you can only go to the road, but then you don't need to have the roads in your constituency. Instead of us as members informing the public that we need money, 600 billion for education, we are supporting the public and raising the emotions, which in my view, I think it is dishonest. It is honest to educate the public that the county governors were camping at State House because the citizens, in fact, is a cycle, Honorable Speaker, the citizens back home were also camping at the governor's residence and their offices asking for projects. Why we go to Murkomen is because our citizens also come to our offices, our phones, and our homes, also asking for the project. So it is a whole cycle. And somehow, the budget is also political. You need to do a road in your constituency. The governors need to do their project in their counties. Where will the president get the money? The money has to be raised. And then there is no need of raising emotions and trying to support the bloggers who are only saying reject the finance bill, and yet they are not saying reject the roads in our constituency. Honorable Speaker, I want to put a point about the treasury boards. As much as we want to defend the locals, we also need money, and no village can stay alone. We also need money from investors. I have seen that the Treasury Board, particularly the infrastructure, and I'll be moving an amendment I have already put possibly to your office or the clerk. It will be charged effective July 5%, while for investors will be charged 15%. I feel this is very high, on the very high side, and for purpose of continuity of government earning money and quick money from treasury boards, particularly the infrastructure, it is my hope that my amendment and those who support me will go through. Honorable Speaker, without so much, I just want to insist that this House be honest. We need a budget, and a budget.
Thank you, Muya. Honorable members, I want to repeat what I order. Those who intend to file amendments, remember we said by 1 o'clock tomorrow, you must have filed your amendments. Beyond that, they will be rejected. Okay? Babo Wino.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose the bill, the finance bill 2425, on the following, based on the following grounds. That number one, Mr. Speaker, there was anger that was expressed yesterday on the streets coming from Kenyans, and to be specific, the Gen Z. The Generation Z revolution that started yesterday reminds me, Mr. Speaker, of number one, the revolution that took place in China, the Chinese Revolution, that was also known as the Peasant Revolution or the Mamamboga Revolution, that occurred in the year 1949, which was headed by a gentleman called Chairman Mao Zedong, together with Deng Xiaoping. Mr. Speaker, the revolution that started yesterday also reminds me of the Russian Revolution, which was the Bolshevik Revolution that took place in 1917 17 under the leadership of Vladimir Lenin and Joseph Stalin. It further reminds me, Mr. Speaker, of the Bourbon Restoration in France, the French Revolution that took place in the year 1789, that was headed by Maximilien Robespierre together with Napoleon Bonaparte, the military genius. Mr. Speaker, that revolution advocated for three things. Number one, equality and fraternité. Can you just shut up as I pump knowledge in your empty mind?
Kagombe. Baba, will you not take your seat? Yes, give Kagombe the...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member for Embakasi East...
What is out of order?
Is beating drums of war. It is very unfortunate to use this forum, Mr. Speaker.
Standing order, Kagombe.
The relevance of what the member of Parliament is speaking about is not relevant to the bill that we are discussing here. What he's doing is taking an opportunity to use this floor to beat drums of war in this country. We are at a very bad moment at the moment, at this time, and we cannot allow that to happen on this floor, on the floor of this House, Mr. Speaker.
Go on.
Mr. Speaker, you know I don't like responding to fools.
Order.
The Bible says in the
Can
book
you
of,
withdraw that?
it's
There
in
are
the
no
book,
fools in this house.
in the book of Proverbs 26, the Bible says, Mr. Speaker, that never respond to a fool because the...
Order, Baba Wino. Order, Baba Wino. In this house, order members, whether a member represents fishermen from the shores of the lake or the sea, whether a member represents herdsmen, whether a member is a professor, you are all honorable members of this house. And there are no fools in this house. And I want to warn you, Baba Wino, respect begets respect. Respect your colleagues, they will respect you. There are no fools here. Can you withdraw and apologize?
Mr. Speaker, a fool is somebody who does not understand something.
Order. Order. Order, Baba
If I
Wino.
think that somebody is a fool, why should...
Order. Order, Baba Wino. You withdraw and apologize, or I truncate the mic and give the floor to somebody else. Give him the mic. Yes, Baba.
I withdraw.
And apologize.
I don't apologize, Mr. Speaker.
Withdraw and apologize.
You can give the mic to somebody else, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
And I don't withdraw.
Okay, truncate the mic. Mutunga. Yes, Chonga. Give the mic to Chonga.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you made a statement before the House went for lunch that people should not even need to remove their cards from the sockets. Mr. Speaker,
They didn't.
I went there, Mr. Speaker, after lunch I was number 7. When I came here, I was told I'm still number 7. Right now, the number of members who have contributed are more than 30, Mr. Speaker. So I wanted to know whether indeed you are still going with the list, or maybe you have changed the rules so that those who may not have a chance to speak can do something else.
Honorable Chonga, utaongea, hakuna shida. Honorable members, as you debate this, I want to repeat this. You know, there are people with various levels of education, various levels of knowledge, various levels of wealth, and many other things. Humility costs nothing. Respect costs nothing. The fact that somebody has said something you don't like doesn't make him a fool. The fact that somebody has said something you don't agree with doesn't make him a fool. Enda soma kitabu kiliandikwa na Mwalimu Nyerere akifafanua tofauti ya pumbavu na mjinga na utaelewa. Endelea, Bwana Mutunga.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to also add my voice to this debate. Honourable Speaker, I stand to support the adoption of the committee report towards the amendments to the finance bill. Honourable Speaker, Kenyans have spoken and Kenyans have been heard. Many are times when you say that Kenyans are not heard, but this time around, Honourable Speaker, Kenyans have been heard and they have significantly changed the content and context of this bill. Honourable Speaker, the importance of the finance bill is that it gives the government the ability and the force and the mandate to support development, to support the running of the government itself. This is done by this House because we are mandated by the Constitution under Article 114 to impose or vary the different rates and taxes that different individuals and institutions do pay. Honourable Speaker, many speakers have spoken to revenue generation by governments. Government can get money from international trade, which we are not doing a lot. International trade does not mean one way. It's not importation. A lot more of exportation so that we may be able to earn foreign exchange and even make money as a government through taxes. Strengthening of the shilling is another one, but I want to dwell a lot more on the corporate and individual taxes. Honestly, this is the main source of income for this country, and therefore for us to be able to even engage in manufacturing, for us to be able to diversify the sources of revenue for our economy, we must be able to get money to invest. And the only way we can get this money is through taxation. Honourable Speaker, imposition of taxes sometimes will help us in various ways. Let me look specifically at the import substitution. Honourable Speaker, say for the foreign exchange increase, the imposition of the taxes also increases the possibilities for employment. We have very many Kenyans out there who are not employed, and we need to have them employed by creating possibilities for them. There are specific provisions within the report which basically vary the taxes. For instance, excise duty on potatoes, onions, and table eggs. I would like to dwell on this for 1 minute, Honourable Speaker. When we import potatoes, we make sure that our farmers do not produce. When we import onions, we export labor for our farmers. We bar them from producing. When we import eggs, for the table eggs, we make sure that our poultry farmers do not have market or they cannot sell competitively. So, Honourable Speaker, barring those ones through taxation on position of import duty is important. But there is a specific egg that is excluded, and this is the viable egg, which is basically used for production of day-old chicks. That is an input. It is not for the table. Honourable Speaker, eco levy has been introduced in some of the issues, and I want to specifically dwell on the tires. Honourable Speaker, many of the people speaking in the social media are alluding to the fact that tires especially for the wheelbarrow, for the motorbikes and others have a tax. The tax has been removed, and it is important for Kenyans to know that the motorcycles that have got a duty on them and those that are fully imported when they are fully assembled, not the ones that are assembled in Kenya. Specifically on agriculture, Honourable Speaker, the VAT on cane transportation has been waived off, and this is important for purposes of reducing cost to the farmers. Let me talk about the issue of alcoholic beverages. Honourable Speaker, the movement from levying alcohol on quantity and specifically going to the alcohol content is important because it will bar our young people from engaging in very concentrated alcoholic substances. Honourable Speaker, there has been an exemption of duty, a proposal for exemption of duty within this report for the beverages originating from sorghum, millet, and cassava. What this does, Honourable Speaker, is basically to to improve the production of these particular commodities and therefore encourage production of other beverages through them. Honourable Speaker, there has been improvement within the report of disposable income. This is as a result of, for instance, levying 5% of the gross income on the per diems as the waiver, which will increase the disposable income as opposed to the previous 2,000. Honourable Speaker, the inclusion of shift and the housing levy as statutory deductions also increases the disposable income. The final one, Honourable Speaker, I want to talk about is the motor vehicle circulation levy. This was a major issue, and I had also proposed to bring an amendment on this particular issue, but I'm glad the report recognized that and did away with it. Honourable Speaker, This report is balanced. We must raise some money. We cannot reduce everything. We cannot remove everything. We should be able.
Thank you. Honorable Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It has been a long wait, but it's worth it for the people of Funyula and the people of Samia. Honorable Speaker, on the onset, a finance bill is meant to cure two issues: to make proposals for revenue raising for that particular financial year, and to make administrative changes to existing financial or revenue raising measures and taxes of that kind of a nature. Honorable Speaker, as I stand here today, I join the Kenyans all over the country who have been very unequivocal that they reject this particular bill. And they reject it emphatically, and they have got very valid reasons to reject it, Honorable Speaker. I'm here to represent the people of Funyula because there's an established principle, no taxation without representation. So, Honorable Speaker, I'm here on behalf of the people, and I state what the people of Kenya have told me. Honorable Speaker, just perusing through the draconian measures contained in this bill, Honorable Speaker, clearly indicates that drafters of the bill are sadists, are impervious to the suffering of the people of Kenya, and I call upon the cabal and the coteria that presented this bill to go and soul search and find out, are they part of the Kenyan people or they are part of the oppressors? Honorable Speaker, in all fairness, how would you impose an income tax on an asset? How? I mean, a car is an asset. It's not an income generating activity. How do you impose income tax on an asset? Honorable Speaker, how do you impose income tax on the very basic things? Bread, sanitary pads, whatever they call it. In our days, they used to call them napkins. Nowadays, are called pampers. During our days when we were parents, they were called napkins. How do you impose VAT and increase the cost of all those things in such a draconian manner in hard times, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, they will pontificate that they have made changes to the bill, that the benevolence of the Almighty, whether the Almighty God or whatever, has instructed them to make changes to the bill. Honorable Speaker, and I still hold my position that a committee report does not navigate or does not negate a bill. It's just a committee report. It can either be carried or it can be failed. So I want to tell Kenyans wherever you are, this is a red herring, this is a gimmick, do not fall onto it. Be relentless in your push, be relentless on harassing your MPs to make sure they protect the rights and interests of the Kenyans, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as we stand here, we have passed two finance bills under this regime. We have passed this second one, we passed the first one, this is the second one, under this regime. They keep on gloating that we have reduced the fiscal deficit. That from 6 point something to 3 point something, Honorable Speaker. And I want Kenyans to understand this. Any reduction in fiscal deficit must be commensurate with improvement in GDP growth rate. Honorable Speaker, the GDP growth of Kenya has stagnated at 5%. And the World Bank estimates this year indicates likewise it will remain the same at 5%. So the so-called fiscal reduction of fiscal deficit is a paper story, has no impact at all on the ground. Honorable Speaker, we need to be very careful. This is a country of close to 50 million Kenyans, and all Kenyans must be treated equally without discrimination. Honorable Speaker, imposing a tax or some kind of raw material, clinker, so that you benefit, you improve the economic value of a particular player in the industry is unconstitutional and is extremely unfair. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, I really want to send a message to the President. And if he has read the book of Chinua Achebe, Okonkwo was told, this boy has called you father, don't kill him. He went ahead and killed him because he has been told by customs to kill him. IMF, Brinted Wood, and the USA is telling you to kill Kenyans, but the Kenyans are crying, the blood of Kenyans will remain in your hands. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I oppose.
Naomi Wako.
I have the mics.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to add my voice to this very important debate on Finance Bill 2024-2025. And from the onset, I confirm that I support and also congratulate the committee led by Kimani, as he has done very well together with his committee, and also having gone through the report. I congratulate the committee because they have put into consideration the many concerns that Kenyans have brought through public participation. As I say that, Honorable Speaker, it is unfortunate that our young people have been on the streets for the last few days, and some of them have gone through challenges because of that. Others have been injured, and that is just because somebody somewhere is spreading lies, talking a lot of lies to the nation and misleading the nation. It is unfortunate that today we are here debating on finance bill and also telling Kenyans how that finance bill will help us to facilitate the budget that we passed last week. Honorable Speaker, I have been visiting some of the ministries, and anytime you go to the Ministry of Transport, you go to Health, and you go to different ministries, you find our honorable members, colleagues, waiting to be served and demanding for projects to be taken to their constituencies. And unfortunately today, they are here fighting the methods of financing our budget and supporting the budgets they have been pushing for. When some of us are here in the House and debating and trying to push the agenda for the government, they are moving from one place to the other, looking for opportunities to do businesses in the ministries and with the Kenyans, and today they are here fighting and misleading Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, the most important thing that we can do today, it is to help our government to be self-reliant. And by doing that, we will be able to reduce the dependence on foreign assistance, the finances that we receive from there. When we took over this government, it is quite clear that the economy was very bad. But today, we are not there. Honorable Speaker, I support this finance bill because for the first time, you remember very well that pastoralists lost their livestock, 80% of our livestock. And for the first time, 1 billion has been put in the budget, which this finance bill will support. For the first time, the school feeding program has been well catered for. For the first time, the teachers, 20,000 teachers will be added, and again, after employing 50,000 teachers. Honorable Speaker, the government is quite focused, and that is why, and listening to the people, we have that listening here. The government has been listening through public participation, and that is why today we are saying 16% VAT on bread has been removed. VAT on transport, on sugar, and has been removed. And no increase on mobile money transfer. It remains 15%. And these are some of the things that activists keep cheating people and spreading lies and making our young people to go on the street. My advice to people is, let us support this and see the fruits, because by passing false information to people, we will not help them. But by passing this, then we'll be able to support our budget and facilitate different ministries so that we can bring the transformation that we want. I fully support, and let us make sure that Kenya is self-reliant. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Susan Kiamba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me a chance to also contribute to this very important bill. First and foremost, I think it's prudent for Kenya to compare itself with our neighbors in terms of the tax rate. But I think it is evident that as we compare ourselves with other peoples in the region who are taxing their people much more than us, we have to look at the local context where our Kenyans are. Kenyans now are economically at their knees, very vulnerable. And anybody attempting to add anything on top of the suffering Kenyans, it will not actually do justice. So I think it is very dishonest for us to compare ourselves or to get inputs from international financiers and imagine that Kenya is in the same situation. It's important to realize that since COVID-19, the economy of Kenya has not picked up. And having to tax Kenyans higher than that is making them not only vulnerable, but actually not being in a position to survive. Secondly, this debt we have been talking about, everybody says we are taxing them because we have to pay our debt. And I say, right, we have to pay our debt. But this debt has been acquired over a period of 61 years. You cannot acquire debt in 61 years and you want to do away with the debt in 2 years. That means overburdening the people. We have to be strategic in dealing with the debt. We are not dying tomorrow as Kenyans. We need to pay the debt in a manner that enables our people to continue to grow. So when I hear this passion of wanting to tax Kenyans so that we pay a debt, we need to recognize that this debt is very old. And we need to be strategic and then deal with the debt for the next 5-7 years. And that way will allow our Kenyans to survive. Thirdly, Honorable Speaker, it is very shocking, even since Finance Bill 2023, we are borrowing money to do reproductive activities. We say we are poor, we need money. But the little money we get, we go and put in housing. We go and put in health care. While I accept these valuable things, but you cannot have the few coins you have, instead of putting them in something productive, you put the small coins in a dead hole. When you build a house, when will it generate income so that we collect taxes? I think we need to sit down and have a finance bill that is strategic, enabling, and can take Kenya forward. We cannot have a finance bill where the little money we have, we are actually putting them in a hole. When we go and build everybody a house, it is a good thing, but is it right for us now? The small money we have, we must put it in a reproductive activity. And I do not see anything like that in this finance bill. Honorable Speaker, I think when we did Finance Bill 2023, Kenyans had very many problems. The Finance Bill 23, we have not even seen the fruits. People are still in burden. They are still overburdened. We've never seen the fruits. I think it is prudent. I think it is prudent to wait for the interventions we did to wait and see where the kind of fruits we are getting, so that the finance bills are progressive, building from each other. We should not just be very passionate of collecting taxes without enabling the Kenyans to grow. Let's look like some of the investment. One of the very strategic projects in Finance Bill 2023 was the ASLA Fund. Where are we in ASLA Fund? Nowhere. Getting money, putting in horse, and then you ask Kenyans to give more money. From where? You cannot milk a cow that is eating nothing. Amen. We need the Kenyan citizen to be fed with something to promote the economy so as to milk. How do you milk a dead cow? The Kenyan citizen is dead. We need interventions that enable the Kenyan person to thrive. So I think it doesn't make any sense to think of taxing the Kenyan when they are actually a dead cow.
Order, Kiamba, there's a point
Honorable
of order.
Speaker.
Order, there's a point of order. Yes, Wanjiku Muya. What is your point of order and what standing order? Give her the mic.
Honorable Speaker, I'm standing on point of order number 91. Is the member in order to state to the House and mislead the nation that there is no hustler fund? Can she substantiate? And secondly, for the member to say that there is no fruits and she is even earning the salary herself. And CDF.
Kiamba, your time is up. Your time is up. John Paul Mwirigi. Your time is up. John Paul Mwirigi.
Check. Okay, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise also to contribute on this motion, on this bill, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Kenyan citizens, Madam Speaker, sent us to this house, Madam Speaker, to yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I rise to contribute on this bill. And Madam Speaker, this bill has come on the at the right time, Madam Speaker. I remember 2 weeks ago, Madam Speaker, we were in this house when we were passing the budget, Madam Speaker. And this finance bill, Madam Speaker, is targeting, Madam Speaker, to fund the budget which we passed in this house, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Kenyans have been fed with lies, Madam Speaker, that there are some taxes which have been introduced, Madam Speaker, which will harm them, Madam Speaker. But I rise to inform them that the tax which they are being informed that for the brand, Madam Speaker, the vehicle tax, the cooking oil, Madam Speaker, the M-Pesa, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, Madam Speaker, we stood and said that the Kenyans have sent us, Madam Speaker, and all of these were dropped, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this finance bill, Madam Speaker, is targeting to improve the economy of this country, Madam Speaker, whereby the contribution which will be made or the taxes which will be collected through this finance bill, Madam Speaker, will help to improve the infrastructure of this country, Madam Speaker. I am a happy member of Parliament, Madam Speaker, because my constituency, Mr. Speaker, will benefit with 50 million, Madam Speaker, to electrify, Madam Speaker, my villages within this constituency of Igembe South, Madam Speaker. Number two, Madam Speaker, my NGCDF, Madam Speaker, is going to be earned with 10 billion, Madam Speaker, whereby at least I will receive more than 30 million, Madam Speaker, on top of what I normally receive annually, Madam Speaker. These funds also will help me, Madam Speaker, to do more work for my people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am a happy person since most of my farmers, Madam Speaker, they normally farm, but their produce, Madam Speaker, does not reach the market, Madam Speaker. This is because most of the people have invested in importing things from outside, Madam Speaker. But through the imposition of tax from those imported goods, Madam Speaker, this will see that the farmers, Madam Speaker, who normally farm canola and sunflower, Madam Speaker, will have a better market within the country, Madam Speaker, since the cooking or the honeycomb oil, Madam Speaker, from within will be used to improve our industries, Madam Speaker. Also, Madam Speaker, on the poultry farming, Madam Speaker, my farmers, because most of them, Madam Speaker, normally farm poultry, Madam Speaker, the imposition of tax on the imported eggs, Madam Speaker, will see them access the market well, since the internally produced eggs, Madam Speaker, will be readily available in the market, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, also I am a happy person since when during the weekend, Madam Speaker, most of my people sent me to reject, Madam Speaker, the imposition of the tax on the brand, Madam Speaker. And I would like to inform them that, Madam Speaker, this tax is not there, Madam Speaker. With all those, Madam Speaker, I beg to support. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Bamachoge, Borobu, Honorable Obadia Birongo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for affording me the opportunity to address this House. I was going to address the issue of the proposal by the government to increase the RML from 18 to 25, but thankfully the chairperson for the Committee for Finance and National Planning actually said that there is no such thing in the bill. Because of that, I am going to switch my attention to the events of yesterday. Madam Speaker, yesterday our adoring Generation Z woke the government from deep slumber. Our very audacious Generation Z decided that they are going to make their voices heard. Madam Speaker, I thought of words to be able to salute them on X, but my words failed me. Madam Speaker, I was wondering, since I didn't do them justice on X yesterday, and this is the point at which I want to ask for the attention of every member here, because this generation is our future. And as I thought about what we usually do when the visitors of our speaker seated in the speaker's gallery are accorded, I cannot help to note that the speaker actually beams with happiness whenever we acknowledge her visitors in the speaker's gallery. It is in the same vein that I wanted all of us, in saluting what Action Gen Z did yesterday, and noting, Madam Speaker, that Gen Z actually represent the best of our country, and that yesterday they were only exercising what is very clearly in our Constitution, Article 1.
Yes, you may proceed, because I hear it's your maiden speech. So.
Now, thank you so much. And so in honor of Gen Z action yesterday, I wanted to ask all of us to stamp our feet in recognition of what they did yesterday, because it was all constitutional. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Githunguri.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to give my contribution on the finance bill proposal, which has been tabled in this House. Madam Speaker, for a long time, finance bill has not been a subject of discussion in this country. But for the last 1.5 years, Kenyans have awakened to the issues that are there in finance bill and have made it a public discussion. Madam Speaker, I had attempted to speak earlier on in the floor because I am a user of sanitary towels. And as a user, as a mother, as a woman leader, I am greatly concerned that the price of sanitary towels and diapers is not only going to affect the mothers and the users of those items, but it's going to affect the budget of individual homes. I have interrogated the proposal of the finance bill very deeply, Madam Speaker, and I've realized that there are promises flying around. The excise duty that was proposed on sanitary towels and diapers has been removed. Or rather, there is a recommendation from the Committee of Finance to remove excise duty on imported sanitary towels and diapers. However, Madam Speaker, the raw materials that are being used by local manufacturers are subjected to VAT. And if those raw materials are going to continue being subjected to VAT, the manufacturers will have no choice but to pass the cost of that VAT to the users. And therefore, Madam Speaker, if we do not remove VAT on raw materials that are making sanitary towels in Kenya for local manufacturers, we are still going to have expensive sanitary towels and diapers. Madam Speaker, currently there are children who do not go to school when they are on menses because they cannot afford sanitary towels. If we add extra price on cost of sanitary towels, we are going to deter lives of many girls who can become powerful women in this country. Madam Speaker, in the spirit of making laws, we cannot make laws to obscure other laws. I have gone through the finance bill proposal and have noted that there are various proposals that have been put in the finance proposal that are going to deter us from implementing the laws we have made previously in this House. Madam Speaker, in the respect of that, I note that we have a proposal to amend the Data Protection Act. Data Protection Act of 2019 is a law that we made in the previous parliament to protect our personal data. I know members of this House, I included, have received numerous messages from members of public. Where they got our numbers from, I don't know. Whereas we cannot blame them because maybe they are operating from a situation of pressure. It is against the law to share members' numbers. As they do that, Madam Speaker, we are protected by the law. What about if we allow us to amend that law and allow anybody to access our personal data, including financial data? And therefore, Madam Speaker, I am of the opinion that we must be very careful so that you don't make laws that are going to make other laws not operational. Madam Speaker, I represent farmers. And I would have been very excited to hear that just like we have given VAT exemption to the transportation of sugarcane, which I am happy about, we also provide the same provision for the farmers who transport milk, who transport avocados, who transport macadamia, tea leaves, and coffee. Madam Speaker, I understand that we want to make sure that we lower the cost of operation for sugar millers so that they can lower the cost of final product to us, which is sugar that we consume in our tea. But we also consume milk, and we also want to lower the cost of production of milk so that we can have affordable a cup of tea. And therefore, I would request this House to consider to also provide and extend the same treatment to my farmers in Githunguri. With those very many remarks that I have made and I have observed, I am still not convinced that I should support.
The Honorable Member for Homa Bay. The Honorable Member for Homa Bay.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also debate and make contributions on this finance bill. Madam Speaker, I rise to, from the beginning, I say that I reject this finance bill. Madam Speaker, the reason as to why I'm saying I'm rejecting the finance bill, not just rejecting partially, but in totality. Because, Madam Speaker, this is a finance bill that from the onset there is always increased taxation, item by item, detail by detail, up to the end. I want to say, Madam Speaker, because I recognize that we were advised by the Honorable Speaker Wetangula that we can present our contributions based on linkages, based on our opinions, based on the budget, and based on the finance bill that is current on the table. Madam Speaker, I want to say that as Kenyans, first and foremost, we were disappointed with the presentation that was given by the PS Treasury. Madam Speaker, I want to say that Kenyans keenly listened to how revenue was going to be generated to fix what is proposed in the budget. Madam Speaker, I want to say that Kenyans were left shocked because what was proposed, one of the things was we raised revenue because we want to sort out our pending bills. Madam Speaker, it is on the floor of this House that we were told that we have to wait for consolidation of the pending bills in this country by October. For that reason, Madam Speaker, I reject even the reason as to why we are increasing the taxes so that we can foot our pending bills. Madam Speaker, I want to say that this House, the leaders must rise up and support. And I want to ride on the presentation by MP Honorable Sylvia, who said that personally she does not understand what a finance bill is. I want to say that even yesterday we know that our colleagues were invited at State House. I thought they were going to make meaningful contributions, Madam Speaker, and give contribution as to why they think they are under siege in the respective constituencies where they come from. Madam Speaker, I want to register in this House that we share as colleagues, but the kind of issues that we are saying that we are relying, the AZIMIO of this other side of opposition is relying on social media. Why did they choose to act, Madam Speaker, on the social media by telling us along the corridors that all the things you were arguing about, we have dropped? Madam Speaker, that was bread issue. Madam Speaker, the taxation of the motorcycle, which means they are also conflicting and contradicting what they are saying, Madam Speaker. Why did they also choose to act on the issues of social media? Why did they choose to respond to the Fourth Estate? Madam Speaker, I want to say that public participation needs to be redefined in this House. Yesterday, when we watched over the television, Madam Speaker, I saw a desperate minority whip. That is, I saw a desperate Honorable Whip Osoro, when he was very desperate of trying to convince Kenyans and deeply thinking on how taxation on bread has been dropped, on how taxation of motorcycles have been dropped. I saw a desperate and so much a person who is under pressure. Madam Speaker, I want to say that we must stand firm on the floor of this House and rise beyond numbers. Issues of numbers does not arise when we are talking about finance bill. Madam Speaker, I want to say that finance bill 2023 can equally be applicable on this budget that we want to appropriate. Madam Speaker, I want to say that there must be progression on how we generate our taxes. Madam Speaker, private sectors, I wish you gave me one more minute, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have valid points. Kindly, I'm requesting for 1 minute, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much. Being a woman speaker, you know very well the problems we have. I've traversed in these industries. Private sectors are key. If they migrate from this country, we must take care of their interests. When we talk about zero rating, we go to standard rating. We are talking of exempt. The final sufferers are consumers. President Yoweri Museveni said that Kenyans must learn to produce and manufacture their raw materials. Where is this in finance bill?
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Alego Usonga, Honorable Samuel Atandi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to make a few observations. Madam Speaker, the anchor document that the finance bill draws its contents and which we passed in this House is known as budget strategy paper, medium-term budget strategy paper. Madam Speaker, that document, if you look at it, it is anchored on two important principles. The first principle is that the budget document needs to be predictable. The budget document needs to be predictable. The finance bill needs to be predictable. It also needs to be certain. The reason why this is anchored in this document is because, Madam Speaker, investors and businessmen, when they want to do business in a country, they must be certain that the tax laws that will prevail are long-term and that they are able to allow them to plan their businesses. Madam Speaker, before I joined Parliament, I used to work in the banking sector. And Madam Speaker, we could engage business people and we help them to draw strategies for business. One of the things that we look for when we are doing this, Madam Speaker, is that how will the tax environment obtain in the next 2, 3, 4 years? Madam Speaker, if you look at this tax bill, if you look at this finance bill, Madam Speaker, we just did finance bill last year. And even before the businesses take advantage of the finance bill which we enacted, the incentives which we provided, shortly we have a new finance bill which is overturning those benefits. Madam Speaker, this is the reason why, Madam Speaker, I want to oppose this finance bill, because it is taking away the benefits that we gave to businessmen just the other day and taking them away. Madam Speaker, for instance, a tax like import declaration fee. In the last finance bill, we had lowered this tax because we realized that there are so many raw materials which our companies need, our industries need, which we must import. Now, in this finance bill, that tax has been raised by 1%. Honorable Speaker, this is going to hurt the manufacturing sector. I have heard many members claim that this finance bill is good for manufacturing sector. It is not, because the raw materials which we are going to rely on to produce, and this country does not produce a lot of raw materials, we are going to import them at a high fee. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, there are some taxes that have been introduced, such as VAT on financial services. Honorable Speaker, only 14% of Kenyans are enjoying banking services. In most African countries and developed countries, you find that about 50% of citizens are enjoying banking services. Now, if we introduce 16% VAT on financial services, Honorable Speaker, you are telling many Kenyans not to enjoy banking services. This is going to be a serious drawback in our campaign to have many Kenyans get banked. But Honorable Speaker, this also applies to the new tax which we are introducing on mobile money transfer. Honorable Speaker, there's a tendency for this House to continue to tax money transfer services. Last year, the excise tax on money transfer services was 15%. We are trying to raise it to 20%. Honorable Speaker, we need to realize that just sending money is not really production. So if we continue to tax people because they are using mobile transfer services, it is very unfair. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, one of the reasons why we do not meet our tax targets is because of something we call taxpayer morale. Honorable Speaker, the reason why somebody will willingly pay tax is because if their morale is boosted. This bill does not boost taxpayer morale, and I foresee a situation where taxpayers will refuse to pay their taxes. And this is happening, Honorable Speaker. If you go to KRA, the officers in KRA are merely collecting bribes because taxpayers are refusing to pay tax. They rather keep the tax, and when officers of KRA go, they bribe them. So, Honorable Speaker, we need to have a tax regime that promotes taxpayers to have morale so that they can willingly pay tax. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, I oppose. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Atandi. Mary Mase. Honorable members, if you have spoken, please log out. Oundo, you have spoken, you are still on the screen. Otienda Mola has spoken, is still on the screen. You block other members from appearing on the screen. You've logged out now, thank you. Mary Mase.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I've been queuing since morning. I thought you had forgotten that I'm here. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I want to appreciate the chairman of the Finance Committee, Kimani Kuria, and his entire team for a meticulous job. The manner in which you have handled the making of the finance bill is indeed commendable. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, Article 221 of the Constitution and Section 39(2) of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 4 and 2, and Standing Order 235, subsection 5, provided for the execution of the estimates of revenue and expenditure, and underline revenue. Honorable Speaker, this process is not complete until the passage of the appropriations bill. And the passage of the appropriations bill is not possible without the execution of the finance bill. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, it's against that backdrop that we are discussing the finance bill, which speaks to the revenue-raising measures, without which we shall have no budget. What we adopted are just estimates. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to commend the Finance Committee because they followed the due process. Once the proposals on the finance bill were submitted to this House and committed to the Finance Committee, they had to subject the finance bill proposals from National Treasury to public participation. And therefore, to hear colleagues allege that why has government now decided to bring amendments this late, or to demystify the notion that the Finance Committee were pressurized. Honorable Speaker, the Finance Committee had to listen to Kenyans, get the views of the Kenyans before recommending amendments to the finance bill. Honorable Speaker, we are here as representatives of the people. We are the watchdog. We are the ones to oversight the executive. That is why when the executive proposes anything, it cannot just be passed. There is a committee that does the scrutiny, the review, they have to discuss, they have to do public participation, then make recommendations to amend and bring to this House for all of us to adopt. They do that on our behalf. So, Honorable Speaker, I know it's been a difficult time, not just for Kuria and his team, but the entire House. We have received threats, blackmail, attacks on social media. Reject the bill. Reject the bill. And I want to ask one question here, Honorable Speaker. Allow me use an analogy of a bag of banana or a bag of potatoes. If you have a bag of potatoes and there are 10 or 15 rotten potatoes in that bag, are you going to throw away the whole bag of potatoes because of the 15 rotten ones? Or you are going to remove the 15 rotten ones and throw them away and carry the rest of the bag to the kitchen and prepare a delicious meal? Honorable Speaker, I am here to represent the people of Teso South. They have given me the mandate to represent them. They have needs. So I will support the bill as amended. The committee has removed 2.5 tax on motor vehicles. The committee has removed 16% on edible oil. The committee has removed some of the most contentious proposals that Kenyans did not agree with. They are proposing to remove, and we will be passing them during the time.
Hold on, Irene Mayaka, what is the problem?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is something that I've just noted from my senior, who I respect a lot, and other members. We are not talking about the bill as amended. The bill has not yet been amended. It is the report that is introducing amendments to the bill. So we need to be very clear on that particular fact so that we do not mislead Kenyans.
She's actually not out of order because I heard her say the committee has proposed.
But
What did she say? No,
The
no
bill.
bill, order.
Yeah.
If that's what you said, Mary, you are out of order. No bill has been amended, but there's a proposal from the committee to amend the bill. So you have two documents. The bill as is, the committee report with various proposals, including those amendments. So if you want to talk about changes in the bill, talk of proposals, because we have no amendments yet.
Honorable Speaker, I mean proposed amendments that the committee has recommended as per this report. And Honorable Speaker, allow me point one. Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm saying that the committee has made proposed amendments to the finance bill. The way it was originally, I won't agree with Kenyans, there were proposals that were contagious that we must deal away with. So I will support with the proposed amendments, and in particular, I want to respond to one proposed a VAT on financial services, on internet, which was going to affect especially the Gen Zs that you're talking about, the hustlers who are the students in universities. The proposal to remove that, to delete that proposed tax is indeed commendable.
Dr. James Nyikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I really appreciate.
Order, Nguna, what is the problem?
Mr. Speaker.
CNN, what is the problem? Hold on, Nyikal. Yes, CNN.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Yes.
I've been here since 9:30. And from the screen, it is clear I'm the one who is supposed to speak after Mary Emase. But anyway, let me be
Take your
patient.
seat.
I hope I'll be the next.
Take your seat. The discretion remains the chair, but let me also tell you, if there's a member who sits here longer than any other, it's Dr. Nyikal.
BBC will.
He sits here from the beginning. The speaker finds him here. The speaker leaves him here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose the Finance Bill 2024. Mr. Speaker, this has been the most canvassed bill since I came to this parliament. It has been canvassed, and the committee has met with professional organizations, it has met with churches, it has met with civil society, it has met with students, and all of them are unanimous that they don't like the bill as it is, and have proposed that we reject the bill. And Mr. Speaker, you have seen even yesterday, in just anticipation that the bill will be discussed, the demonstration, the picketing that was in this town. And Mr. Speaker, this time the people who are picketing, if you looked at them, are very well-educated people. If you listen to what they're saying, people may be thinking that they were mobilized through social media and so on. But those people have read this bill, and they know what is the bill. I dare say some of them may have read this bill better than us. And Mr. Speaker, the reason people are up against, the people of Kenya are up against this bill is we had a bill last year which actually people are suffering from. Now we bring another finance bill. They are still suffering, and they have looked through this one and they do not see hope. We represent the people of this country. And why is it that they're reacting like that? Mr. Speaker, if you look at this bill and the clauses that they didn't like, I'll come to the report later. Look at the motor vehicle levy or tax. It is illegal. They know it. An asset is not an income. It is there. And when you do that, all people suffer, not just the people who own vehicles, because it will include transport vehicles. If you look at tax on digital market, and that I think is why the young people are out. They have no jobs. These are educated people, and they're using the digital market place to actually earn a living. TikTok, content creation, and so on. We have even ourselves put hubs in our constituencies, and the Ministry of ICT is putting hubs and encouraging these young people to actually use them. We are now levying tax on that, and we do not have jobs for them. If you look at the VAT on bread, it's never been heard of. We're bringing it in. Who are we affecting? The ordinary person. Bread is a staple food. Mr. Speaker, if you look at VAT on vegetable oil, when some months back, we had a big problem with the price of oil. Again, we are now putting tax back. When the prices are just starting to come down, we are putting it. If you put money on mobile phones, everybody uses a mobile phone, even children who are going to school. Mr. Speaker. So people feel that the government, as we have now, is against the people. And that is why we are having this problem. Look at the eco levy in clause 45 and 48. What is it touching? Diapers, pads, tires of motor vehicles, bicycles, motorbikes, and so on. Again, touching the ordinary people. I know that the 150 that we put now, we are saying it is basically just going to be on imported products where it is used. So people have rioted because they don't like this thing. If you look at the fuel levy, which was not even in there, but now it has been brought in, we are proposing about 7 shillings on top of what is happening now. You do that, everybody is actually touched. The housing levy, we amend the bill that was actually assuring the people who have contributed the money to actually make it open to everybody. The people feel, we don't like this levy, we thought we'd get these houses, now everybody.
Jos Lelemengit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to be in agreement and also join hands with the other colleagues in supporting this bill. This bill has a big win for Kenyans. Generally, it seeks additional revenue that is necessary to alleviate poverty and to deliver public services like roads, electricity, on health. These are all services to improve on and better lives of people, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to increase the disposable incomes for millions of Kenyans that are employed. And I want to say this, Mr. Speaker. This bill, the deductions of NHIF on housing levy are done on gross salaries, and note the pay is done after the deductions on NHIF and also the deductions on house levy. For example, your Honorable Speaker, I've done calculations. Any salaried Kenyan earning 50,000 shillings. Right now, his net pay is around 49,000 shillings. But with this new finance bill, Mr. Speaker, the same Kenyan who is earning a gross salary of 50,000 shillings is going home with around 42,000 shillings. So there is an additional almost 3,000 shillings, Mr. Speaker. And this is for all the salaried employees in Kenya. So I want to be in agreement with the chair and the team who came up with this proposal of the finance bill that this finance bill is putting more money in the pockets of employed Kenyans. That is about 13 million Kenyans who are employed, both in government and the private sector, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I want in the common principles of commerce, high school commerce, and I want to mention this for Honorable Babu Owino and Selassie and Honorable Junet, because they think alike and opposing this bill. It dictates that you have to put tax levies on importation so that we can give room to the local industries to spur in those economic growth.
Yes, Honorable Salasia, what's the problem?
Yes, sir.
Take your seat. Give Salasia the mic. Give him, there you are, give him the mic.
Okay, I'm here, right? I've never stood on the point of order, but let me try to speak on point of order. That one is point of order number 91. Okay. I'm so much disappointed with Honorable Elmengid by saying that
Salasia,
Yes.
Standing Order 31 deals with adjournment of the House.
91, yes.
So it can't be the one on which you are standing.
Yes, Mr. Speaker,
But
I'm
you say
standing
you-
on point of order.
Yes.
Order number 91, yes. I'm getting used to these things, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Yes.
So I'm so much surprised that out of all these members of parliament, that Engineer Elmengid is mentioning my name and asking me that I'm opposing the bill without even me listening to me giving facts the way I want to give my facts in the next 5 minutes to come. Immediately the speaker is going to mention my name. Thank you, Mr.
Okay. Lelmengi, to be fair to Salasia, he has not spoken on this
Thank
bill
you,
yet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I was waking up Salasia. I saw him, he was asleep. And
Okay.
again, Mr. Speaker, I've seen several members opposing this bill, and particularly on the assembled motorcycles that are imported. Those are the motorcycles that 3% of the levies have been put on the imported motorcycles. But the locally assembled and locally manufactured, there's no tax levies on those motorcycles. This will spur the economic growth and also enable these companies, will give room these companies to employ more youth in assembling these motorcycles within this country. Again, Mr. Speaker, I would love to buy diapers for my babies from the locally produced ones in Kenya. There is no problem for Honorable Junet creating a company like Junet Diapers Company Limited. I would be happy to buy those diapers from his factory. So I want to encourage every member who is opposing this bill I want to urge all members opposing this bill to also join hands with us so that we can accept the amendments and the proposed bill that we have for 2024-2025 financial year. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the only problem that we are fighting in this country and in this finance bill is the negative connotations and statements propagated by the opposition. Numbers don't lie. For the last 1 year, Mr. Speaker, on the economy, inflation has dropped from 9% to around 5%. The dollar, Mr. Speaker, in relation to Kenyan shilling, has dropped from 165 shilling to 130, up thereabout. Farmers are happy, Mr. Speaker, for the subsidized fertilizer. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the teachers who are interns for the last 1.5 years will get a chance to be employed permanent and pensionable, which is a big win for our institutions back home, the high schools, the day schools that don't have teachers. So, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, what's your point of order? There's nobody on the floor. Umulher? Give her the mic. What's the point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to interject him, but he's not on the floor.
He's not on the floor, so it is spent. Thank you.
Okay.
I give the floor to Elachi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to oppose this Finance Act of 2024 with reasons, Mr. Speaker. And I'll start, Mr. Speaker. When government came into place, Mr. Speaker, we started by removing subsidies and saying that this will assist Kenyans now to move on as a country. Mr. Speaker, we came in, we decided to ensure that the first finance bill, we had so many issues. We thought this second finance bill, Mr. Speaker, will be a finance bill that brings Kenyans together. And today, what the government has done to us, the Economic Council decided to put Kenya again into crossroads, to make us fight for nothing. And then after that, then you come and now start saying we shall be having amendments. Yet this is something we would have just thought from the beginning, Mr. Speaker, that we don't need a country to go on to a cry and then now come again and tell them that there's an incentive that now we are giving. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the report comes in, and this is an IMF finance bill. This is what they did to Ghana. Mr. Speaker, you remember very well when Kibaki came into government, he was a finance minister, but he decided to be a liberal economist. He decided to look east. It is so sad that while my president thinks he will build any road in this country, that he will do any infrastructure in this country, with IMF on his neck, this will not happen on this term. Not on this term. He will be there to do the deficits of what they are telling him, but in terms of building Kenya, we shall see the worst that we have never seen. Mr. Speaker, the bill then comes in and tells us you want to restore policy on debt, sustainability, whatever. But then you forget that you are the same person who is saying you need everything on items. Fine, you have said you have reduced it for Mama Mboga, I don't know for who. But you are forgetting the same person who can do business beyond 2 million is the same person you have just returned into the challenges we are saying. Try to build an economic base for Kenyans to have this thing we are calling that there is economic growth. Then you come and tell me you have now reduced to the local manufacturers. Who are the deaf kids and the who's and who's? One person monopolizing this country, that he's the only one who can bring clinker, he's the only one who can do cement, he's the only one, yet you want to say, today we cannot bring back Portland, today we cannot do this. It is wrong. We only have one man who does pasta in this country. So when you say now you are increasing because people are exporting in spaghettis, they're importing in spaghettis, we only have one local manufacturer who does pasta, who decides at every given time how he raises his prices. So how do you deal with those people? Tell us the numbers of manufacturers we have,
Order.
so that Kenyans can know,
Order,
Mr.
Elachi.
Speaker.
Yes, Nyakundi, what's your point of order? Give him the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm standing on point of order number 91. Is it in order for the honorable member to say that the president is dictated by IMF on the finance bill, while the president has the mind of his own? It is this house that dictates the finance bill and the orders that we make. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If you had the mind, we would have gone to the president after we have finished this. So, Mr. Speaker, what we are saying that it is time as Kenyans, we want to take back our power from the World Bank, from IMF, and we are begging so hard that the president must go back and look at the East so that we can finish our roads. You went to the US, you told us you are bringing a road that is headed to Mombasa.
Order, Elachi. The World Bank does not vote in this house. It is you who will vote in this house.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Rindikiri.
Understanding order 91, I expect I respect very much to bring in point of relevance. Mr. Speaker, we are not debating the performance and activities of the president. We are discussing the matters of finance bill, and I expect her as such to react. Mr. Speaker, this is where we are losing it, because there are some who are praying for the gallery. We better stop this kind of approach to this finance bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Elachi. The World Bank has no vote in this house. It's you who will vote. So remain relevant.
Mr. Speaker, while I say and what I say is that when you look at all the policies that has eaten the countries of Ghana, countries of Zambia, these are the same policies that they went through when they were handling the IMF. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not about voting, but it is about just asking ourselves, what track have we taken ourselves in? I beg not to support.
Thank you. Come, Kate. Wamau, I don't see you on this screen. Come, Kate.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, from the outset, I want to say that I stand to support the bill. And in supporting this bill, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I fully associate myself with the views and the recommendations of the Committee on Finance and National Planning. The committee, Mr. Speaker, has done a wonderful job in analyzing the bill and in listening to Kenyans. When this bill was published for the first time, Mr. Speaker, I got concerned as every other Kenyan. But I got, Mr. Speaker, I got the confidence, Mr. Speaker, because I know, Mr. Speaker, that Kenya is a working democracy. That the process of legislative, the passing of legislation is a process, Mr. Speaker. That the bill would go to the Committee on Finance and National Planning, that the bill would be subjected to public participation, and that the views of Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, would be collected, and that the committee would come up with the proper recommendations, having listened to the people of Kenya. And the committee has done that, Mr. Speaker. This committee, Mr. Speaker, represents Parliament. The Committee on Finance and National Planning is a committee that is made up of members across the aisle. It is not a committee, Mr. Speaker, of members of one side of the House. And their report, therefore, the report which has no dissenting view, represents the views of this Parliament. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the members, all of them, from both sides of the House, that they have done a good job. I want to, Mr. Speaker, the Treasury is made up of Kenyans, and they are mandated, Mr. Speaker, at every financial year to come up with revenue-raising measures to support the budget. And they are free, Mr. Speaker, to be innovative. Those officers at the Treasury, Mr. Speaker, are free to come up with wild ideas. But that is why Parliament is here. Because the officers at the Treasury, I do not see why the hysteria. Why there was hysteria? Why would a member of Parliament be joining, Mr. Speaker, members of the public in demonstrating in the streets when his opportunity is here? When the opportunity is here now, and then when they are given the chance, Mr. Speaker, they come and speak about revolutions that are non-existent. This is the time to talk about, to debate this bill and to look at the recommendations of the committee as they have made. Mr. Speaker, the governments exist to levy taxes, Mr. Speaker. And it is Parliament's responsibility to check on the executive. And that is exactly what we are doing. Mr. Speaker, you know, when the orange button comes up, Mr. Speaker, and the points are coming, I do not know what is, we begin to panic. Mr. Speaker, let me just say this, Mr. Speaker. This morning, I listened to the leader of minority opposing the bill. But I looked at him, Mr. Speaker, and I could see his opposition to the bill was nothing but hollow, dishonest, and shallow. Because, Mr. Speaker, if the public have given their views, Mr. Speaker, and I challenge, Mr. Speaker,
Your time is up. Your order. Member for Malindi.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mwanzo ningechukua fursa hii Mheshimiwa Spika kuweza kuwashukuru wa Kenya. Nimeona wenzangu wengi wamesimama hapa na kusema tushukuru wale watu ama ambao wako katika kamati ya mswada wa fedha, lakini mimi nasimama hapa Mheshimiwa Spika kushukuru wa Kenya. Wa Kenya kwa mara ya kwanza tumeweza kuona nguvu yao, tumeweza kuona umoja wao, na tumeweza kuona kwamba tunapoungana na tukisema no kwa jambo, tukikatalia jambo, hilo ndivyo ambavyo linakwenda kupita Mheshimiwa Spika. Jambo la kwanza Mheshimiwa Spika ni ushirika wa umma. Mwanzo nimesimama hapa na pinga vikali huu mswada wa fedha ambao umeweza kuwakilishwa hapa mbele yetu Mheshimiwa Spika. Watu wangu wa Malindi Mheshimiwa Spika wamepinga vikali masuala ya kuongezwa ushuru katika mambo ya mkate, katika mambo ya pampers, katika mambo ya sanitary pads. Watu wangu wa Malindi tayari ile hali ya maisha ilivyo ngumu, wanasema kwamba hawataki tena kuona ushuru wa aina yoyote uweze kuongezewa hapa Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi Waswahili tuna msemo wa kusema, unapopatiwa chakula kukula, unakula kile chakula paka unasahau unataka pia kula ile sahani. Tulipokuwa tunajadili mswada wetu wa fedha wa mwaka 2023, kulikuwa kuna mambo mengi ambayo sisi tumeyakataa Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini mambo yakapita vile ambavyo yalipita. Na kwangu mimi ninavyoona Mheshimiwa Spika, pia huu mswada kulikuwa kunataka kupitishwa mambo mengi zaidi, lakini safari hii wa Kenya walikuwa chonjo na wakaweka miguu yao chini na kukataa ule udhalimu ambao ulikuwa unakwenda kutendeka Mheshimiwa Spika. Ningeweza kusisitiza kwa wananchi wetu wa Kenya nzima kwamba tunapokuwa na ushiriki wa umma ama kwa kizungu ambayo inaitwa public participation, naomba Wakenya wajitokeze kwa wingi, waweze kusikizwa, waweze kueleweka na waweze kutoa maoni yao kuhusu masuala tofauti tofauti ambayo yanaendelea katika bunge la kitaifa, katika masuala ya miradi ya kitaifa, miradi ya kaunti na mengineyo. Mheshimiwa Spika, kabla hatujazungumza kuhusu huu mswada ambao tunaujadili saizi, tunataka pia tuangalie ule mswada wetu wa mwaka 2023. Ni kwamba uliweza kutusaidia vipi sisi kama Wakenya? Tunafaa tujiulize gharama ya maisha, je, ilikwenda kubadilika? Tunafaa tujiulize mazingira ya kazi, je, yalikuwa ni mazuri kwa watu wetu? Tunafaa tujiulize imetusaidia vipi na imeweza kutufikisha wapi? Malengo yetu, budget yetu ya ile pesa kama tumeweza kuifikia ama la. Mheshimiwa Spika, tuliona kuna vitu ambavyo tuliweza kupitisha wakati ule, ikiwemo masuala ya Hustler Fund, masuala ya housing levy. Tunataka pia tujue report pesa hizo, mambo hayo, malengo hayo tumeweza kuyafikia ama hatujaweza kuyafikia Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa kumalizia Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi ninavyoelewa Wakenya hawana shida na kulipa ushuru. Uchungu wa Wakenya saizi tunazungumza kuhusu budget ya zaidi ya trilioni 3. Matumizi ya hizi pesa Mheshimiwa Spika ndiyo matatizo makubwa, na ndio maana tumeona vijana wetu, watoto wadogo wamekwenda barabarani kufanya maandamano Mheshimiwa Spika. Matatizo ambayo tuko nayo sasa hivi Mheshimiwa Spika ni ufisadi Na pale ambapo tunazungumza kuhusu ufisadi, kwa sababu pesa zote hizi zinatoka kwa Wakenya, bajeti yote hii sasa hizi inatoka kwa Wakenya. Tunapoona ufisadi ambao unaendelea, Mheshimiwa Spika, mawaziri wanakuja hapa, mawaziri wao ambao wana ufisadi wanaachiliwa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Hii ndio inazidi kutia machungu kwa Wakenya kule, Mheshimiwa Spika. Tunaona wale ambao wameshikana kule kwa upande wa serikali, Mheshimiwa Spika, wanaenda katika mkutano, mtu ambaye mshahara wake ni sawasawa na wangu na anatoa karibu milioni 30, na kuna kijana mwenye ambaye hana kazi na hana hata shilingi. So tunataka matumizi ya hizi pesa pia ziwe ziko sawasawa, Mheshimiwa Spika, na kwamba ufisadi uweze kumalizika hapa ndani ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mimi nataka niseme napinga vikali huu mswada wa fedha wa mwaka 2024, Mheshimiwa Spika. Asante sana.
Rindikiri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to associate myself with the finance bill presented by the Committee on Finance. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, I support this bill because it has addressed some of the issues that I was looking for. But let me say and correct myself that the initial proposed bill, the draft bill, Mr. Speaker, and a lot of issues that are detrimental to our population and to our citizens. Mr. Speaker, that bill, as it was originally presented, will not pass the test of times. But Mr. Speaker, I've listened towards the chairman of the committee as presented, and I associate myself with those proposals that he has presented. Mr. Speaker, we passed the budget in this House. Mr. Speaker, we cannot pretend that we are disassociating ourselves with that budget now that the finance budget has come. Mr. Speaker, the finance addresses the supply part of the expenditure. Mr. Speaker, the budget addresses the expenditure. So these two are intertwined. So unless we go back and reverse the budget that we passed and say we have to suspend it so that we go back to the drawing board. Mr. Speaker, we are legislators and we cannot deceive ourselves that we don't know the truth. Mr. Speaker, the bill has met all the requirements in terms of passage and verification by the members of the public. Mr. Speaker, the public participation has brought in elements that Kenyans have been asking for. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I am satisfied that majority of the issues brought up by the members of the public have been taken care of in the proposed amendment by the committee. Mr. Speaker, we are legislators and we are going to bring more amendments. Mr. Speaker, I have noticed, Mr. Speaker, that there is anomaly in the finance bill as proposed also, even by the finance committee, that we will be taxing the raw materials. Also, the local manufacturers, Mr. Speaker, will use raw materials. So we will bring an amendment on that. Mr. Speaker, I have also seen there is an introduction of a levy on the treasury bills. Mr. Speaker, we also bring amendment on that. So what I want to tell the people of Bori, because that is who I represent, we will make sure with the consultation with the finance committee, in agreement with them, we will delete those punitive clauses that are detrimental to their expectations and pass the bill because it carries more benefit to our people. Mr. Speaker, this bill has passed all the legal requirements. Mr. Speaker, the income tax law, Mr. Speaker, the VAT law, Mr. Speaker, the excess law, Mr. Speaker, the miscellaneous and fees levy law, Mr. Speaker, the Tax Procedure Act, Mr. Speaker, the Affordable Housing Levy Act, Data Protection Act, and Public Finance Management Act, and lastly, the Industrial Training Act. So, Mr. Speaker, as we see it, the bill is in compliance with the procedure of making the law. Mr. Speaker, I note that the objective of this bill is not to discourage investment. Mr. Speaker, this bill addresses how we will move the economy in the short term mid-term and the long term. Mr. Speaker, we are all talking about employment for our youth. Mr. Speaker, we are all talking about made in Kenya, promote Kenya. Mr. Speaker, we are saying we have to take care of our environment. Mr. Speaker, all these things are contained in this bill. What we need to be careful is that we should not trash the good thing with emotions, because that's what I'm seeing, Mr. Speaker. The people of Bore expect development. The people of Bore expect water. The people of Bore expect electricity. The people of Bore expect health. So, Mr. Speaker, truly, and I want to urge and ask our members, please, let's be bipartisan. Let's look at the good things. Let's look at the bad things. We do away with the bad thing, but we cannot in totality say this bill should be rejected in totality. Mr. Speaker, I support.
Jackson Kosgei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, and on the onset, I support the bill. It has been said by historians that there are two things, I beg your pardon, that has made regimes comes up or rise up and fall. One is the policy on fiscal planning of a nation, such as the one we are interrogating through this bill. Mr. Speaker, the second one is the national bride, where the citizens of a country is proud to support and sustain their own country. While I commend the committee for the work, the good job done, the resilience they had in taking the processes through legally and by law, and also by listening to the citizenry of this country, I wish to persuade us in this House to appreciate the fact that we have a cardinal role in developing the budget of this country by interrogating all the processes, and we have a duty to produce a policy that will support this nation. It appears that the debate today, and as we continue, is gravitating around the finance bill as was presented, and we seem to play down the proposed amendment by our esteemed committee members. They have given us their version after receiving the contribution by the public. Mr. Speaker, I wish to conclude my remarks as I support this bill by commenting on the light note on a comment that was made by one honorable member that it was a bit unnecessary and misleading comparison, because we are speaking not only to this August House, but we are speaking to Kenyans listening outside there, to compare the 19th century dictatorial monarchs with our vibrant democracy, which is giving us an opportunity of changing government whenever we want in every 5 years. It is unnecessary to speak to Kenyans that we have an alternative in terms like revolution, destroying a country. I think we have a room, vibrant democracy in the world, not Africa alone. And I wish to urge us that let us debate without personalizing, but think about this country and its progress. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support the bill. Thank you.
Mawade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this bill. I stand on the onset to oppose this bill. This bill, actually the amendment that was tabled last evening, is actually worse than what was there previously. The original bill that was tabled aimed to raise 308 billion shillings. The new one that has been that was tabled last night targets to raise 386 billion shillings. I know a few sweet items were removed, like removing the taxes on bread. There were no taxes on bread. We have never had taxes on bread. So when you say you are removing taxes on bread, you are just withdrawing your amendment, or rather your proposed amendment to the bill. There is no favor that we are doing to Kenyans. This bill, as it was previously, and it's amended as it is amended now, is very, very punitive to mwananchi. The new bill introduces the new amendment that was tabled last evening, introduces a fuel levy of 9 shillings per liter. When you increase the cost of fuel, all the items that are transported using motor vehicles, rollies, etc., the cost will go up. So the cost of living to the common mwananchi will go up. We have increased the taxes on the imported finished items. In most households, majority of the items, from the cookers to the TV and any other items, not necessarily electronics, including this room, majority of the items in this room, other than the wooden items, are all imported. So we will increase the cost of living for the common mwananchi. I really want to, I've had a few people congratulate the finance committee. I want to congratulate the Gen Z for coming out in large numbers and expressing themselves. What was sad is seeing that they were arrested. They have freedom to assemble. They have freedom of expression. They should be allowed to express themselves, not necessarily be arrested. But to the Gen Zs, the Gen X, and the Millennium, you are yet to register as voters. You need to register as voters so that you can have the correct people that will listen and side with mwananchi. Anybody who does not side with mwananchi, you know what to do come 2027. And for the Gen X who actually participated yesterday, and the Millenniums and the Gen Z, the work is not done. The most important work happens tomorrow. Tomorrow is when we are voting as a house. You must put pressure. Continue to put pressure. Do not let off the item on the gas. And you must sit there with a pen and a paper. And anybody who votes to put a noose around your neck, you must write down their name and pick and say, who you? That one, 2027, home. That one, 2027, home. Anybody who votes to finish you here. Anybody who votes to put a noose on your neck tomorrow and finish the Kenyans, you must have a list and pick. That one, 2027, home. That one, because we must have a people. We must have a parliament that supports and stands with the common mwananchi. And I stand to oppose. Asante.
Mary Wamaua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me a chance to speak to this finance bill. Mr. Speaker, I don't stand here to be told by an honorable member who is elected like me, because I listen to my people. Mr. Speaker, I'm here to support the finance bill with the proposed amendment from the committee finance. Mr. Speaker, secondly, allow me to appreciate the work that was done by the Finance Committee. The exercise that they did going around the country during the public participation was not in futility, and therefore, immediately after the public participation, they went to write this report, and from all what they collected from the people who came in the name of those from the corporate professionals, business men, and others, they were able to do so many amendments that we are waiting to hear, and some we are aware because majority of those are the ones that the members of public had a lot of interest in, like the issue of the VAT on bread. There is that proposed amendment to remove the VAT on it. There is also the exercise duty on the vegetable oil. That was also an area of concern. A lot of concern on the issue to do with the 2.5% on motor vehicle tax. Mr. Speaker, I may not be able to mention all the areas of concern, but I cannot forget to also note that there was the proposed amendment from the committee on the eco levy on locally manufactured products like the sanitary towels, the diapers, phones, car batteries, and others. Mr. Speaker, looking at the proposed amendment that the committee came up with, it is trying to answer to the cry of some of the areas that our member are talking about. And Mr. Speaker, some of these are going to boost our local manufacturing industries, which we highly recommend, because with the local manufacturing industry in the country being boosted vis-a-vis all what is coming as import, this will be able to give market to the farm products, because a lot and the backbone of this country is agriculture, as well as also creating employment. And also, this one will also offer our agencies in the inspection and supervision of the produced products. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to say that is from what I got from one of the members that this is too retro, too late. Because, Mr. Speaker, this is a house whose work is to make laws and to amend other that are existing. And Mr. Speaker, as honorable members, if at all we are good on advising our people accordingly, as their representative, we are able to tell them that this is the time that we are going to look at the crowds of the finance bill, crowds by crowds, and it is also the said time that we can be able to bring amendment instead of inciting our people to demonstrate on the street, making some to sleep in the cells and others to get hurt as a result of the same. In the same, it shows that we do not believe on the responsibility that is given to this house to amend any law. Whatever Treasury proposed, it is for the committee, whatever it did, and our time now has come to make sure that any crowds that you think you need to do an amendment, you raise it so that we discuss it here, and by the end of it, whatever finance bill we produce will be answering to the areas of concern to our people. Mr. Speaker, as much as you see some saying that they are opposing, if at all we go by whatever they are saying, they will be the first one again to rise to question on the salaries, on development of projects that are running, and other areas. So members, as we talk, let us not be populist.
Wamaua, your time is up. Yes. Mark Nyamita. Order. You are all equal.
No, Mr. Speaker, this guy has just come down.
Go on, Nyamita, give Nyamita the floor.
Nyamita, you've just come down. We have been
Angela, you will speak.
I think in a house of order, Mheshimiwa, the speaker is presiding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this particular bill.
I'm sure, Angela, if it was you, you will be happy. I'll give you a chance.
Just come now. We have been sitting here since
Order, Angela. I appreciate your
Mr.
resilience
Speaker,
today.
Protect me to be listened to in silence.
Oh, that's unfair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the onset, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that this bill, as was presented on the floor of this House, any reasonable member of Parliament would object to it. Because there is no way, Mr. Speaker, even our colleagues who are on government side would sit here and agree to some of the proposals that are actually in this bill. Let me begin with the sugarcane transporters. When you charge VAT on transport, I come from a sugar belt area, Mr. Speaker. Most of those roads, if not all of them, are maram roads that are not maintained. So when you're saying that they utilize the roads and they're spoiling them, we are sometimes just lucky if the factories themselves actually do it. Mr. Speaker, the taxation on bread in itself, many members, though in this House, do not eat bread, not because they cannot afford. They do not eat bread because they have other alternatives or they've sought other healthy issues, types of food that they want to actually take. But the common man relies on bread as a staple food. So trying to tax it really, Mr. Speaker, is completely out of this space. Taxation on motor vehicle based on value also does not make sense. Mr. Speaker, someone who is driving a Probox and someone driving a V8, like many members on the floor of this House, utilize the same space, they apply the same weight on the road. If you're going to tax them and you tax them, it would have been disproportionate in terms of taxation. So therefore, this was actually not making sense. Tax on vegetable oil, Mr. Speaker, would have increased tremendously the cost of food for the common man. So any reasonable person on the floor of this House, regardless on which side you sit, would definitely then oppose this particular one. The eco levy, though being very progressive, Mr. Speaker, I do not think the way it had been put in this particular bill made a lot of sense. We need to only tax eco levy on finished products that are actually being brought into the country. I am happy that many members agree and will oppose the threshold for VAT registration. In my constituency, Mr. Speaker, over the last about 1 month, I have had to bring young people together to try and give them CDF projects. Some of them are registering organizations for the first time. Compelling them to register so that you tax them was not leaving them with any money because the amount of money that we put into our projects, Mr. Speaker, is extremely very little. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I just want to urge my colleagues that the best thing for us, that it is this House, the 13th Parliament, that must stand to be counted. We have a more enlightened public, and I want to commend the committee because of the extensive public participation. I have seen in their report that they actually had to add a few more days for people to give their views. How I wish, Mr. Speaker, that in the next bill and maybe all the other bills, we can even extend it not only to the members of the committee, but to the whole House so that members can even caucus on specific bills that require a lot of input from the people. But then what I want to say is that anyone who believes that this bill is not right must then come to the floor of the House, including myself, to propose and support the amendments that are going to leave the bill more responsive to the needs of the people. Instead of just saying that we oppose it, it is in this House, and I am going to be in this House to propose my own amendments that are going to favor the Mwananchi, and the ones that have actually been brought that favor, we will actually support them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I submit.
But for now,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I arise also to support this motion, in spite of the fact that I received so many messages, so many calls, advising me to reject this bill. Mr. Speaker, one of the callers is a young man who is my neighbor. So he told me he has read so much on social media and he feels I should say no. So I asked the young man, why are you saying I vote no? Why specifically? So he told me like the price of bread has increased from 45 to around 90 shillings. So I told him which type of bread is this. Then he was talking of 400 grams bread. So I just told him straight, go to the shop and find out what it is presently. Mr. Speaker, I noted that there was a lot of misinformation to our youth, the so-called Generation C, that is causing them even to riot on the streets. Mr. Speaker, why I support this particularly is because of the direction this country is now taking. I'm realizing now, when you look at this finance bill, what I'm seeing now, this country is going the direction of consuming locally produced products. Because what it's doing is giving room for local producers to do the manufacturing of the products that we usually import. And Mr. Speaker, this in itself will actually improve the economy and will also create employment in our country that we are suffering from. And why I'm saying this, because I'm seeing there is a tax or a levy on eco, something called eco-levy. This is actually to discourage importation of finished products and encourage local production. There's also a tax on clinker that's coming from out, so as to encourage our local production. And when this is happening, most of the persons who will benefit are the very youth, actually, who are demonstrating in the streets. And they have been misinformed, because when this is happening in this particular country, most of them then will get employment. They will not find themselves idle in the streets, so as to be vulnerable as they're being used by some persons, some leaders in this country to actually push their agenda. Mr. Speaker, this country, I see a situation where now we want like to take off. Because I recall countries like Malaysia, countries like Singapore, we were with them at the same level. But them taking to this route, they have taken off. They are far away from us, industrialized countries. So this is the right route, and I want to advise Kenyans that we have to be patient with this particular country, and if they want to know that we are on the right track to development and even to our own benefit, they should see what has happened. You know, previously when this government took over, the price of bread was so high, the price of unga was so high, the price of maize was so high, you know, but currently now these prices have come down because of the policies this country is taking to. So if wananchi will give this government and this country, the leadership, some time, all this that we are crying about will stabilize. Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate the chair of Finance Committee. There was an issue on ITIMS, invoicing. You see, the factories, I'm hosting 2 factories, sugar producing factories in my constituency, that is Budgetary and West Kenya. The 2 factories, the directors came to my home complaining about the ITIMS, what it was to farmers. And they were arguing that if they do this, there will be double taxation to the farmers, the cost will be pushed over to the farmers. And when you look at the whole process of developing e-tax, ITIMS, it was a whole cumbersome process that even most of the farmers who are illiterate could not manage. So when I called him, he asked me to ask them to come and make their presentations, and they did their presentations. And I'm happy, I want to tell the farmers the ITIMS has been struck off. The issue of transport of cane from the farm, the factory, has also been struck off, because this cost would be passed over to the farmers, which I'm now telling the people of Malava that I represent. There's no need for me to say no to this financial bill, because it's the best for us for this particular country. And Mr. Speaker, we have also asked for so many things. I remember when the CS was making a presentation here on budget, there were so many things we were for thumbing, because they were good for us, like, for example, electricity connection. This is now a moment for us to raise funds to actually get this connection to our villages. Otherwise, I support Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Cain Katana. Kaindi Katana, give him the mic.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipatia nafasi hii. Kwanza nataka niwapongeze wale Wakenya wote waliojitokeza jana kuandamana ili kutoa hisia zao kuhusu mswada huu wa kifedha wa mwaka wa 2024. Nataka pia niwapongeze wale ambao walishikwa kutetea haki yao. Hao ni mashujaa wa karne hii tulionayo. Bwana Spika, mimi ninapinga ripoti na mswada huu wa kifedha wa mwaka 2024 kwa yafuatayo. Bwana Spika, hatuwezi kuinua uchumi wa nchi kwa kutegemea kutoza ushuru peke yake. Jambo ambalo tunatakana kujiuliza Bwana Spika, je, tumeweka mazingira gani ya kusaidia mwananchi apate pato ili aweze kutoa ushuru? Jibu ni kwamba hatujaweka njia mwafaka ya kufanya watu wafanye biashara yao. Bwana Spika, mapendekezo ambayo yamefanywa na kamati ya kifedha ya kusema kwamba sasa wanataka kuondoa ushuru wa mkate kama vile ambavyo walikuwa wamependekeza, ni kwa sababu Wakenya walisimama na wakasema haya hayatuyataki, ndio wamekuja na kusema kwamba wameleta mapendekezo. Haya ni mapendekezo wameyapanga, lakini hayako katika sheria ya mwaka wa 2024. Haya mapendekezo Bwana Spika yanaweza yapite ama yasipite. Je, yasipopita tutafanya vipi na tayari mumependekeza kwamba ushuru uongezeke? Bwana Spika, tumesema tunataka kufufua viwanda. Ukiongeza ushuru wa malighafi hasa kwa makaa ya mawe, utafanya bei ya simenti itapanda maradufu. Bwana Spika, tukitaka kuokoa, kwa sababu serikali hii ilikuwa inasema kwamba inatambua mtu wa bodaboda, inatambua mama mboga. Huyu mama mboga katika hii bajeti yuko wapi? Huku unasema umeondoa kuongezwa kwa ushuru wa mkate, ushuru wa tairi, lakini hapo hapo Bwana Spika, umeenda nyuma, umemwongezea mafuta. Ukipandisha bei ya mafuta Bwana Spika, gharama yote ya bidhaa muhimu zitapanda. Ukiongeza bei ya mafuta, huyu bodaboda ambaye mlimtumia kwa kampeni zenu mumemweka wapi? Huyu mama mboga ambaye mlimtumia kwa kampeni, mkiongeza mafuta mumemweka wapi? Bwana Spika, Wakenya wamechoka na kutozwa kodi kiholela. Hii nchi sio kwamba haina pesa. Ufisadi umekithiri katika taasisi zote hapa nchini. Ni lazima tutafute njia ya kufunga mfereji wa ufisadi, na ufisadi uko kila mahali. Wakenya wanaona kwamba pesa zao zinatumika kiholela. Huwezi kwenda kwa Harambee ukatoe milioni 30. Unapata mshahara wa shilingi ngapi? Ndio Wakenya wanajiuliza. Ni lazima tufunge hii milango ambayo pesa zinapotea kiholela. Bwana Spika, Wakenya hawajakataa kutoa ushuru. Tujiulize, ile sheria tuliyopitisha hapa ya mwaka 2023 ya kifedha, je, tumeweza kufaulu na yale malengo ambayo tulikuwa nayo? Jibu ni kwamba hatujafaulu. Nataka kumnukuu Rais William Samoei Ruto. Amesema kwamba watu waweze kuishi kadri na mapato yao. Vile vile ni lazima watu wakatiwe kodi kulingana na mapato yao. Hatuwezi kuongeza kodi kila wakati na wengine wanatumia pesa hiyo kujiendeleza na wengine Bwana Spika wanazidi kuwa maskini. Mimi ninasimama hapa kwa niaba ya watu wa Kaloleni kupinga mswada huu kwa sababu hausaidii yule
Mbunge wa Kanze.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia hii nafasi. Mimi pia niweze kupeana maoni yangu kuhusu huu mswada wa fedha wa mwaka 2024. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi pia ni kati ya wale wabunge ambao nimetumiwa jumbe nyingi sana na wakazi wa Ganze wakiniambia niweze kupinga huu mswada kwa sababu hawafai. Wengi wa wale ambao wamekuwa wakinitumia jumbe, nimekuwa nikiwauliza ni vipengele gani katika mswada huu ambavyo wanaona vina shida. Ni wachache tu ambao waliweza kunitumia jumbe wakiniambia kwamba kuna vipengele fulani fulani ambavyo wanaona vina shida na wangetaka viondolewe ama virekebishwe ama mswada huo uweze kukataliwa kabisa. Kipengele kile kilikuwa kina utata kabisa ni kuhusu ile kodi ya mambo ya mkate, ambapo ulikuwa unaweza kupandisha bei mkate, na mimi pia nilikuwa nakubaliana nao kwa sababu mkate ni chakula ambacho kinatumiwa na watu wengi sana, especially wale wenye mapato ya chini. Kwa hivyo kwa upande huo pia mimi nilikuwa nakubaliana na wakazi wa Ganze wakisema ni lazima kodi ya mkate ipungue. Kodi nyingine ilikuwa inaleta utata ni kodi ya magari, na hiyo waliweza kunambia katika zile juma ambazo walinitumia. Ushuru wa magari ulikuwa unafanya wenye magari walikuwa watalipa pesa nyingi sana, na hiyo ilikuwa inaleta utata. Mambo ya eco-levy ambayo ilikuwa inapandisha kodi ya sanitary pads na pia pampers, hiyo pia nilikuwa nakubaliana na wakazi wangu, na niliwaambia kwamba nitatumia hii forum yangu kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba hayo mambo yanatolewa katika huu mswada wa kodi. Na nataka nipongeze ile kamati ya fedha ya bunge hili ambayo iliweza kukaa na vipengele vingi ambavyo vilikuwa vinaleta utata waliweza kuviondoa. Na pia niendelee kushukuru kwa sababu nikiangalia yale mambo ambayo serikali imepanga kufanya huko katika maeneo bunge yetu kwa huu mwaka wa serikali unakuja, ni mambo mengi ambayo wabunge wote inastahili tuweze kuyapigia upato. Kwa mara ya kwanza tunaona kuwa mgao wa NGCDF unaweza kuongezeka kwa kiwango cha milioni 30. Na pia kwa mara ya kwanza tunaona kile eneo bunge linapata mgao kwa sababu ya usambazaji wa mambo ya stima. Tumeona kwa mara ya kwanza pia counties zetu zimeweza kupata takriban bilioni 15 za ziada. Na hii yote ni pesa ambayo itaweza kupeleka maendeleo kule nyanjani. Kwa hivyo kufikia sasa hii yale mambo ambayo yalikuwa yanautata katika mswada ni kama ambayo yameweza kurekebishwa. Kwa hivyo kwa niaba ya wale wakazi wa Ganze ambao wanapenda maendeleo, kwa sababu tumeona hapa tutapata mambo ya stima, na pia tumeona kwamba shule zetu nyingi kule Ganze kwa wakati huu bado wanafunzi wanasomea chini ya miti, na bado tuko na wanafunzi wengi ambao wanasoma katika madarasa ambayo yamejengwa na udongo. Kwa hivyo hii inamaanisha kwamba tukipata mgao wa CDF zaidi tutaweza kuwashughulikia hawa wanafunzi ili waweze kupata mazingira mazuri ya kusoma. Na pia tunapata mgao zaidi wa basari hapo, tunapata mgao zaidi wa NGCDF. Hiyo inamaanisha kwamba hata basari yetu pia itaweza kuongezeka na wanafunzi wengi zaidi wataweza kwenda shule. Kwa hivyo mimi nikisimama hapa ninaunga mkono huu mswada wa fedha wa mwaka 2024, lakini naunga na yale marekebisho ambayo komiti imeweza kuleta bunge. Na mimi nina imani tukiwa kama wabunge hapa tuko in the right forum kuweza kuleta mabadiliko zaidi. Kwa hivyo hata wale wajumbe wenzangu ambao bado wana shida na huu mswada, nafikiri hii ndio forum ambayo waweze kuleta zile amendments ambazo wanafikiria ziko sawa, ili tuweze kuimprove huu mswada uweze kuwa mzuri zaidi, ili tuweze kupeleka nchi yetu mbele. Kwa hivyo kwa hiyo machache, Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi naunga mkono lakini na marekebisho. Asante.
Kwenye Thuku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to speak on this very important finance bill. And Mr. Speaker, from the onset, I want to start by saying that I support the recommendations by the committee on the areas they want to firm up and bring about amendments, so that then in tandem with the realities that we face in this country. Of course, we've had serious public outcry, some that are really misled and misinformed. And I feel that, Mr. Speaker, as members of Parliament, we have a responsibility to do nothing else but to tell our people the truth in as far as what our role is. Finance bill, from the onset, is a proposition by the National Treasury as to how they want to raise money so that then our budget can be financed. And Mr. Speaker, finance bill as presented by the National Treasury is not cast on stone, and therefore this House has a responsibility to enrich and to cut areas where we feel that they are not favorable to our people. And specifically from where I sit as a member of Parliament for Kinangop, there is an area of concern, but I'm happy that it has been addressed, whereby we are opening up our boundaries to from our neighbors who are members of East African community, exempting imports that are agricultural in nature to come to this country to compete with local production. And Mr. Speaker, I am happy with the committee's report because they are recommending that the same be reinstated, so that then any importation from the East African community, and especially issue to do with potatoes, there must be a duty, so that then we do not expose or subject our farmers to competition that is unfair, because you see countries, some of our countries in the neighborhood enjoy what you'd call in economics, not just economies of scale, but also they enjoy competitive and comparative advantage. Production of potatoes in one of our neighboring country is low because they have an advantage of climate, which we do not have. And therefore, subjecting farmers in Kenya to the same level with our neighbors, then we'll be killing our farmers. And therefore, I must say emphatically that I'm so grateful that this committee found it worthy to reinstate that duty. Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate that there have been a lot of sensationalization of this matter, to the extent that our children are in the streets, talking about a document that they know nothing about. They've only been misled by the hype that is in the social media. And Mr. Speaker, I think it's time for members of Parliament to act in a way that is honorable, just to inform our constituents what a finance bill entails. And Mr. Speaker, in this House, in its wisdom, passed a whole budget of 4 trillion shillings. But when we come now to issues, to areas where we want to raise funds, to the tune of 300 billion to finance some of the things that are in the budget, and especially to do with electricity, to do with education, to do with health, to do with agriculture, I hear the same voices that supported the budget. Now they're on the other side saying, now we are not going to support finance bill. We do not want to hear that we're going to collect money to finance our affairs. And Mr. Speaker, I think it's about time that we rose above hypocrisy, because there's a lot of hypocrisy in leadership, in political leadership, and call the leaders who are speaking from both sides of their mouth, call them out for who they are. And Mr. Speaker, I want to support this document, and not as we progress to the third reading. I believe that these amendments will suffice, and therefore give Kenyans the kind of finance act that will serve us for the next financial year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Thuku. Honorable members, there are some honorable members who are still asking the chair, the speaker, when to file amendments. I want to repeat, please file them in the relevant office before 1 o'clock tomorrow. Kitonga Murugara.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, we've waited patiently. Evidence that what we are doing here is very important, and we just to continue being patient so that we can dispose of the important business of the House, which is actually the budget-making process. So, Speaker, allow me to begin by saying I actually support the report by the Committee on Finance and Planning, and I will also be supporting the finance bill with the proposed amendments because of 3 reasons. The first reason is we got to be faithful to Article 118 of the Constitution on the public participation. We are happy to report that after public participation, the Finance Committee has incorporated suggestions by members of the public on what really ought to be removed from the bill or what ought to be amended. This is extremely important in that in the public participation, we may not incorporate everything that is proposed by the public, but it shows that we're taking into consideration what the public says, and this is in honor of the people of Kenya. Number 2, public participation, according to our courts, should actually not be just cosmetic. It should be real, it should be practical, so that everybody who participates in it feels appreciated. And this is why we are saying there is no yardstick, there is no measure on what constitutes sufficient public participation, but anything that takes into consideration the views of the public is public participation. And thirdly, this finance bill, proposed finance bill with the amendments, is important in that we must have a finance act for the year 2024-2025. I cannot and I would not agree with the proposal that we should actually reject the entire bill because it may have negatives to the people of Kenya. It also has positives. So what I would propose and urge members to agree with is that at the Committee of the Whole House, these proposed amendments by the committee and whatever else is going to come from the honorable members of parliament is extremely important, should be looked at with a tooth comb so that we either pass reasonably or reject reasonably. Now, what are the proposed amendments by the committee which are very important? The VAT on bread is out. VAT on sugarcane transportation is out. VAT on electronic money transfer or transactions is out. And many others, including the 2% motor vehicle tax. All this is out. On the same tone, the eco levies on some of the finished products which are imported, these are going to remain. But for the locally manufactured goods, and this is very important to spur up industry and growth, we will have all that tax exempt. This is very important. We also have many others, including positives, that the pension on the tax on pension is now increased from 20,000 to 30,000. We also have an 18 billion, which is supposed to assist the government to employ the JSS teachers, permanent and pensionable. This is very important. Our CDF, our GAF, all this is increased, which is very important. Therefore, on behalf of the people of the Tharaka constituency, I would be urging them that we will support the bill. We will make all the necessary amendments to protect their interests. At the same time, we will be on standby and guard against corruption so that none of this money is pilfered, is lost through corruption. we will also be demanding, like all other constituencies in Kenya, our fair share of development from monies raised in these taxes. With those remarks, I beg to support.
Salasia.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to rise to oppose this finance bill on the following grounds. Number one, I think there is a very big problem in this nation. And you will note that when we did the finance bill of 2023, you noted that even the KRA couldn't be able to raise the amount that they had targeted of about 270 to around 3 billion. But as members of the Kenya Kwanza, they have accepted that to move on and even bring the new amendments without asking serious question, why did we not collect enough money during that particular period? Another question that these members of Parliament of Kenya Kwanza are not asking themselves is that the timing of this finance bill is not good, and it's not showing a good picture to this nation. And you have seen the President of Kenya moving all over the world, trying to bring the investors here. But you will realize that whatever is happening in this country is being carried viral to the entire world. Is saying that Kenya is a country that cannot be predicted when it comes in terms of the taxation. Members of Parliament today, as we are here, you have noted that most of the people there, they are not happy. And we are elected by those people to represent them. By coming up and even bringing and even going ahead and bringing more taxation on digital content creators. And that is the only area that most of the young people who does not have the job opportunities, they are lining there. It is very much unfair. I think it is high time that we need to go back to our budget that we made as members of Parliament. You will realize that as members of Parliament, we did not scrutinize when the President said that we should live within our means. Indeed, even the Parliament, and I want to thank the Speaker and even the Clerk of the National Assembly, they made us today, we are not traveling across the world the way we used to go and learn. But today, you see, even the budget of the Parliament is only 400 million and something. But you see the office of the cabinet is about 1 billion plus something. The office of the Deputy President, 4 billion. The office of the President, 4 billion. The State House, 7 billion. Is what we say that we should live within our means? Members of Parliament,
Salasia, there
yes.
is a point of order from the chairman of the committee. Yes, Chairman. What standing order?
Honorable Speaker, I rise on standing order number 91. And is it in order, Honorable Speaker, for my good friend, and I hate to interrupt him, the Honorable Salasia, to mislead the House? And Honorable Speaker, one of the reasons why there has been a lot of noise, especially on media platforms, is a misconception there is a taxation that is being introduced on digital, on content creators. Clause 7, Honorable Speaker, because we would like to put this matter to rest, page 555 of the bill, talks about where a resident or an unresident person being the owner or operator of a digital marketplace or platform makes or facilitates payment in respect of digital content monetization, goods, property, or service. The amount therefore shall be deemed to be income which is accrued in or was derived from Kenya. This is targeting the big tech companies in the digital platforms that generate their income from Kenya without paying a cent. We have institutions like Netflix, like Google, like Facebook. They generate income here, but don't pay taxation in this country. So this taxation is them paying for the income they generate from Kenya, not the people that generate income from those particular platforms.
Thank you. Salasia.
Mr. Speaker, I was just trying to highlight some of the things that has created a lot of emotion. And you will realize that the Kenyans, the way this country is being managed, it is being managed something else. Why do you want to play with the minds of Kenyans? Why do you introduce the tax on transportation of sugarcane? Why do you introduce taxation on 16% on bread. You want to attract the emotion of the Kenyans and you retreat, but then you have another agenda on that. That's why, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to ask this House that now we cancel all this bill, we go back to the budget, we start now from there, we cut off, and then we start from the scratch. But this matter of bringing another new finance bill when the Kenyans are still struggling with the previous finance bill is like we members of parliament, we are doomed. We are doomed. Members of parliament, we are doomed. I'm telling you, we are doomed. Watu wa Kenya Kwanza mmenisikia?
Honorable Salasia, there is a finance bill each and every financial year. So even next year there will be a finance bill. The following year there will be a finance bill. So it's good for you to know that as well. It's just I'm informing you. Yes. Honorable Justice Kamei.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to be able to add my voice on the finance bill. Honorable Speaker, my patience was being tested.
Speak with a little life, Justice.
Yeah. Honorable Speaker, I was saying my patience was being tested, but at least I've gotten the opportunity. I've been here, Honorable Speaker, from 9:30. And it reminded me...
Stop complaining. I've been sitting here from 9:30 as well.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the onset, Mr. Speaker, I want to say I support the finance bill. And I do so, Mr. Speaker, without fear or favor. Ever since the finance bill was published, Mr. Speaker, the people of Sigawet's constituency have engaged me. I have responded to all their concerns, and I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, that the recommendations of the Finance Committee do indeed address many of the concerns raised by the people of Sigawet's constituency. In particular, Honorable Speaker, they were against the 16% VAT on bread. They were against 2.5% on motor vehicles. They were against 18% on edible oil. They also told me, Mr. Speaker, to oppose the 18% duty on 18% tax on financial services. Now that most of those concerns, Mr. Speaker, have been addressed, I want to say I do support the bill, and in particular, Mr. Speaker, this is where we will get money under CDF to be able to support our people, and especially to have increased bursaries so that children from poor families can be able to get their education. This is where, Mr. Speaker, we will get money for rural electrification. If there's a pet topic that I do discuss with the people back home at any given time is something called the last mile. Mr. Speaker, the amount of 50 million shillings given to each constituency under the last mile program will go a long way in making sure that our people get electricity. Mr. Speaker, in addition, the people of my constituency do grow cane. They've got areas at Moron Sugar Company, areas at West Kenya, areas at Chemelil. And Mr. Speaker, in this budget, we now have money to be able to pay farmers the arrears which has been there for a long time so that they can be able to get their money, which has been held by these companies for a long time. I hope, Mr. Speaker, we'll also get some money so that the workers who have been working in these companies can be paid their arrears. And Mr. Speaker, finally, I want to address one issue which was raised by the people. It is on the issue of the JSS. Mr. Speaker, there is money now in this finance bill which will make sure that the JSS teachers in this country who have been working or under the internship program will now be taken on board as permanent and pensionable. But I want to make a point to TSC. Those teachers who went on strike, Mr. Speaker, should not be terminated. They were asking for their rights, and TSC should be considerate enough to withdraw the show cause letters that have been given to our teachers. In Sigawet's own constituency, 28 teachers have been given show cause letters. So I want to make a special plea to TSC. Please do not sack these people. They're asking for their rights, and within the Constitution, they had a right to do that. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support. Thank you.
Member for Turkana South.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for according me this opportunity to give my insights on this Finance Bill 2024. Honorable Speaker, first of all, I want to appreciate the Constitution of Kenya 2010 by empowering the Kenyan citizens to participate in the policy making of government. Honorable Speaker, the government has a duty to present the budget and also to present the finance bill. These are two major policies that government intends to meet its promissory notes as it made during the 2022 campaign period. Also, Honorable Speaker, it's upon us leadership, also as a leader, as a member of parliament for Turkana South, I have the obligation to participate in ensuring that my constituents are represented in this process of policy making. Honorable Speaker, budget and finance bill are political tools. And also, budget and finance bill, these are areas or policies that all stakeholders are supposed to negotiate. All stakeholders are supposed to negotiate. They have interest in this particular budget. Honorable Speaker, as we talk as members of parliament, we have the obligation to see that our interests, despite the fact that I'm a member of parliament from the opposition side, I have interest in this budget, I have interest in this finance bill. Honorable Speaker, let me go to the Income Tax Act. I have some reservations on the exemptions of some per diems. Honorable Speaker, that aspect of exempting some employees on 5% is discriminatory in the sense that if you look at job groups, a member of parliament or anybody earning more than 50,000, 100,000 will be exempted completely from paying tax on their per diem. Honorable Speaker, I say this is discriminatory. I gave an example of somebody who is in job group J who earns 58,000. Exemption will be 2,900. The per diem is 6,300. What is taxable is 3,400 shillings. Honorable Speaker, I request the members of this honorable house to exempt all the employees from this tax. Honorable Speaker, this country has failed on fiscal consolidation. All the policies have not addressed the fiscal deficit for a number of years. So there's need for the government to have plans or policies that are always consistent instead of changing every time the taxation measures. Honorable Speaker, there is something on repeal of digital services tax and replace it with significant economic presence tax at the rate of 30 on 20% deemed profit. What is the standard of measuring the so-called deemed profit? This is what needs to be highlighted, need to be addressed so that we don't just say 20% is deemed profit, 30% is deemed profit. We need to have a standard. Honorable Speaker, something on the value-added tax. When I transfer property or assets at a certain price, there is valuation for that particular business or asset. So the difference between the transfer price and the valuation has to be on capital gains, not you are exempting that from taxation. Honorable Speaker, last year we had a finance bill.
Thank you. Your time is up. Member for Sirisia. Members, you have 5 minutes. So.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me a chance also to contribute on this very important bill. Honorable Speaker, from onset, I want to support the bill. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, why I'm supporting this bill? The bill carries almost everything, Mr. Speaker. We cannot reject the bill in totality, Honorable Speaker, because, Honorable Speaker, Kenyans must learn, Mr. Speaker, to pay the taxes. We, Honorable Speaker, if we do not pay the taxes, Honorable Speaker, it will force the country to borrow from outside. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, Kenya as a country has a big debt because of borrowing, Mr. Speaker. The government is trying at least to make this country self-reliant, Mr. Speaker, so that we generate our own income from the country to avoid debts. Honorable Speaker, we must pass this bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the committee has dealt with very many issues that were contentious, Honorable Speaker, like the bread, Mr. Speaker, the committee has already dealt with, and that is where the public was making a lot of noise, Honorable Speaker. And also the vehicles. It is already dealt with the committee, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if we reject this bill in totality, Mr. Speaker, we are rejecting development of this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we reject the finance bill, we are rejecting bursary for our children. Mr. Speaker, if we reject this finance bill, we are denying our sisters and brothers who are sick in hospitals to get medicine, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this country it belongs to all of us, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, as we continue, members from both sides to talk, Mr. Speaker, this bill, Mr. Speaker, the government of this country, Mr. Speaker, now, when President Ruto got into power, the economy of this country, Mr. Speaker, was in ICU. But now, Mr. Speaker, we can see some development that is coming. Even if some of us are in opposition, we want to oppose everything. But, Mr. Speaker, let's consider and put the country first, Mr. Speaker. Like other developed or developing countries, Mr. Speaker, when politics is over, something like this, the bill come, Mr. Speaker, people of the country put their country first, Mr. Speaker. And we are requesting that, Mr. Speaker, we put our country, Kenya, first. Mr. Speaker, on my side, where I can oversee is the KRA. KRA, Mr. Speaker, is not collecting enough. And at the time, we have given KRA money to use it to employ people to collect enough taxes, Mr. Speaker, but they have not met their target as the government or we as Kenyans expected the KRA to collect, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we are putting KRA on notice, a warning that KRA must collect enough resources to meet the target that we need in this budget, Mr. Speaker. Because we are looking at them and
Gisairo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In the book, The Dust, written by Athiambo War, in its foreword by Nanjala Nyabola, she states that Kenya has 3 official languages: English, Kiswahili, and silence. Silence. Mr. Speaker, I stand here to oppose this bill. Many on that side are telling us that the funding of the appropriation bill is subject to the Finance Bill 2024. There is nothing further than further from the truth. We have a Finance Act, so whether this finance bill flops or not, the country goes on. Mr. Speaker, this Finance Act has some draconian measures. This allows KRA to access people's M-Pesa accounts without going to the courts. Mr. Speaker, we are going to make every Kenyan to move to cash transactions. Mr. Speaker, while we are saying we need to support local industries, the eco levy is not the way to go. Mr. Speaker, my little daughter Iranzi needs Pampers. I can afford. But sadly, Kerubo in Kitutu Masaba, whose husband is mining sand in the quarry, cannot afford. The cheapest option they can get is what they need for the cleanliness of their child. Mr. Speaker, sanitary towels. Millions of girls do not have sanitary towels. The cheapest they can get is what we should afford them, whether imported or local. We should not make it any further expensive. Competition brings costs down. So if our local manufacturers cannot up their game, it is not our business to try and protect some few individuals for selfish interests. Mr. Speaker, while the whip of majority spoke in the morning, he correctly stated that I'm a chicken farmer and I do produce eggs. Very true. But saying that you are going to increase, to put a duty, an import duty on table eggs, that is where we get it wrong. By the fact that we've decided to split eggs into 2, table and fertilized, we get it wrong. If I give you 2 eggs, you can never know which is table and which is fertilized. What you're doing, you're protecting a few people who will purport to import fertilized eggs, but actually are importing table eggs. The duty should be on all. Let the one who is doing hatching claim a refund after proving and showing the chicks. Mr. Speaker, while the committee went around, collected the views of the silent millions of Kenyans, they came with a very bulky document, which deleted or proposes to amend most of their own mess. But with one stroke, they tell Kenyans, we've saved you billions, but again, they get into the pocket and take even more. Mr. Speaker, by introducing the maintenance, the levy on fuel, for road maintenance by 7 shillings, the motor vehicle 2.5% that they had charged initially in the main bill of 5,000 minimum with a cap of 100,000, that changes because now you'll be paying 7 shillings for every liter. The cheapest of jalopy of cars will at minimum use an equivalent of 5,800 shillings in a month, in a year, while charged.
Oh, your time is up. Your time is up. Maklap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to declare that I'm a member of Finance, National Planning. And Mr. Speaker, I rise to put the record straight. Mr. Speaker, Finance Bill as proposed, putting the record straight, the original document, Mr. Speaker, is a creation of the National Executive. Where does these proposals come from the National Executive? Most likely, National Treasury and KRA. When it is committed to this House, Mr. Speaker, it is the honors of members of Parliament as representatives of the people of Kenya to now interrogate, and that is why there is existence of executive and Parliament, because Parliament represents the people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, when a law is passed in this House, it does not affect people who voted for AZIMIO or who voted for Kenya Kwanza. It affects the people of Kenya across board, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have moved from the original bill, Mr. Speaker, because if we were to vote on this original bill, Mr. Speaker, all of us in this House, including members of Finance, could have voted to draw away this bill, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, our Constitution gave us separation of powers. Separation of powers, Mr. Speaker, here, Parliament will now be able to sort out and protect the people of Kenya from the excesses of the executive, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, putting the record straight is that finance bill has been there even when I was very young. I could watch Parliament where a minister come and say, beginning midnight tonight, this is going to change. That was finance bill, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, when Kenyans write to us, say, reject finance bill, Mr. Speaker, you wonder whether in fact, our response to most of them is, which clause do you want us to reject? Mr. Speaker, our sitting down for 14 days as members of Finance Bill and listening to professionals and Kenyans was not an exercise in futility. We listened to Kenyans. And Mr. Speaker, as we listened to Kenyans, another process of the budget making process was going on. Demand, supply. Mr. Speaker, the demand in this country has continued to rise. And that's why the government is coming with a proposal of a budget of 4.0 trillion, Mr. Speaker. When these proposals were brought to this House, Mr. Speaker, just using the words of Junaid Mohammed, most of the members across board in this particular House, Mr. Speaker, rose to say, this is the best budget because it adds us money to constituencies, because it pays for the JSS teachers' confirmation. They actually gave rise in this House to support all the budgetary proposals in this House, Mr. Speaker. When it came to the supply, Mr. Speaker, where do we get the money to supply the demand? We get through ordinary revenues, Mr. Speaker. When you add, it will rise to 2.7 trillion, Mr. Speaker. And we have a budget of 4. How do we fix the demand for employment, for roads, for infrastructure, for electricity. How do we fix the demand that is facing the people of Kenya? We fix by ensuring that there is enough supply, and this supply should not be a supply that is going to fix the people of Kenya. So, Speaker, and that is why the committee listened to Kenyans and said, bread, VAT, remove. Fixing this supply is not good. The motor vehicle tax, this tax is not good. We repealed a lot of sections, we amended a lot of sections that we felt it was punitive to the people of Kenya. And ensure that whatever report that we brought to this House, Mr. Speaker, is a report that is going to give a fair tax regime for the people of Kenya so that we can be able to...
Time up, Martin Owino. Time up.
I appreciate the time. As a representative of the great people of the constituency, Mr. Speaker, and by extension the whole country who are suffering under the yoke of the bill of Financial Bill 2023, I stand to oppose this bill. Mr. Speaker, the effect of 2023 bill, financial bill, is still weighing on our people. I'm not sure where my colleagues represent, but in my constituency, some kids, even as we brag of the price of unga gone down, are going to bed hungry and up to school the same way. Mr. Speaker, the dropouts from schools, because parents cannot afford the fee or the tuition, has gone up. Mr. Speaker, this has gone into even mental problems. Mr. Speaker, the statistic today says 1 in 4 in this country are suffering mental health. It's only that they have not reached the manifestation stage. So colleagues, even as we are here, 1 in 4 may be brewing up for mental disease. Joblessness is up, full of frustrations, poverty and disease, which at independence we said we are going to eradicate, is up. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, what we are observing across the communities, however we gloss over it, is the crude death rate. People just dropping dead into the morgue has become rampant because we are overburdening Kenyans with taxes. Mr. Speaker, the problem is not that Kenyans are not paying taxes. No. The problem is that the government is lavishly spending beyond their means. And at one point, and I was very happy to hear, that the Kenya Kwanza government is going to cut the coat according to the size of the clothing. Where that went, we don't know. But what we do know, if you want more, tax less. This is across the globe. That's how you stimulate the economy. But the idea that Kenyans are not paying enough tax, and now if this bill does not pass, then there will be nothing, no development, is falsy. Because Kenyans are overtaxed. The problem is, if you're listening to me, what other countries have done is what we call ITC, Innovation Tax Compliance, which has 3 pillars. Pillar number 1, you have to develop trust between tax administrators and taxpayers. And that is where we have to eliminate wastage, theft, and direct wrong utilization of funds. Pillar number 2 is a task enforcement. We have to invest in that so that we seal all the tax evaders will collect more taxes than adding taxes to Kenyans. Number 3, which is very important, is facilitation. The mechanization of those taxes is very important. But for you to come and tell us that you are now proposing to remove bread, edible oil, mobile, motor vehicle, sugar transportation, diapers, you're the ones who collected the views of the people. Why didn't you put it in the bill? You are cheating. And Kenyans are listening. Those kids are more informed. By the way, don't say they are misled. If you say they are misled, you're the one who is lost. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mayor Maingi.
Me this chance to contribute to this very important bill. Mr. Speaker, when we discovered the internet, it was to change the way we communicate and the way we do business. It is unfortunate that some of us are using the same social handles to mislead a gullible public, and others are also using it to incite members of parliament. Mr. Speaker, I want
Are you stuck?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to inform my colleagues, those might not have read the Committee on Finance report and the Bill of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I want to laud the Committee on Finance for listening to Kenyans and agreeing to drop the contentious issues, and I want to read them one by one. Number 1, 16% VAT on bread will be removed. Number 2, excise duty on vegetable oil will be removed. VAT on transportation of sugar removed. 2.5% on motor vehicle tax removed. No increase on taxation on mobile money transfer. VAT on financial services and foreign exchange transactions has also been removed. Eco levy on locally manufactured products like sanitary towels, diapers, phones, computers, tires, and motorcycles is also removed. VAT registration threshold increased from 5 million to 8 million, reducing the need for small businesses to register. Responsibility of electronic invoicing, e-teams, by KRA removed for farmers and small-scale businesses with a turnover of below 1 million shillings. Excise duty on alcoholic beverages will be based on alcohol content, not volume. Higher alcohol content will attract more duty. Pension schemes exemption increased from 20,000 shillings to 30,000 shillings per month. Excise duty imposed only on imported finished products. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this chance to speak to 3 issues. I want to speak to the issue of pensions and the issue of excise duty levied on finished products and the issue of VAT on bread. Mr. Speaker, with pensions tax relief from 20,000 to 30,000, we are encouraging a savings culture in this country. We are going to encourage those that are employed to save, and that they are not going to be a burden to others when they retire, because they'll be having more money, which is tax-free. Mr. Speaker, There's no country that grows from imports. When we say that we are imposing a tariff on all the imported finished goods, we are protecting our local manufacturers. Mr. Speaker, by protecting our local manufacturers, we are saying yes to more jobs in this country, and more jobs are going to support hundreds of livelihoods in this country. Mr. Speaker, with the local manufacturers being supported, we are also going to be reviving some of those industries that collapsed because of demand in this country. I am saying yes because I know with locally manufactured diapers, with locally manufactured sanitary pads, we are going to have, this country will see the revival of many gineries, including Moya Ginery, Mr. Speaker.
Time is up. Mule. Clerk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to put the records very clear. From the word-go, I oppose this bill in totality. For simple reason, the committee and the Kenya Kwanza regime have hoodwinked Kenyans on the basis that they are removing VAT on bread, they are removing motor tax, and the rest. We saw what they proposed at State House. I want to put these guys on notice. There are three things which they have introduced in this bill to tax Kenyans more. The first thing they have introduced, Mr. Speaker, it is the new clause of road maintenance levy. And some of us, we are not fools anymore. Mr. Speaker, the road maintenance levy is supposed to raise an estimate of 46 billion shillings, members. The second thing they have introduced in this bill, which is more serious and more fundamental to the common mwananchi, it is the IDF. They are raising IDF from 1.5% to 2.5%, whereby they are targeting to raise an estimate of 12 billion shillings. The third thing they have put on their report and the finance bill is the railway development levy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on those three fundamentals, they should be raising a total whooping of 88.8 billion shillings compared to what they are telling Kenyans they have removed, which is 76 billion shillings. So, the question is, when you are telling Kenyans you have removed the 16% VAT, are you not aware the wheat we use in this country to produce bread is 80% imported? Then you increase the IDF and the railway development levy, whereby it covers the 16% you are telling Kenyans you are removing. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, look at the medical imports for the common mwananchi in this country. We as a country, we produce very little drugs. Quite a number of drugs, we import 70%, Mr. Speaker, of drugs to this country. And in the morning, when Zamzang said that this bill will increase the cost of medicine in this country, you betrayed him because probably she didn't have the facts. Let me give you the facts. 70% of drugs imported in this country will be subjected to railway development levy and IDF, which you have increased, meaning that any patient who is supposed to get drugs in this country, the cost of medication goes up. What's wrong with you people? You think that we are fools? We'll tell you the way it is now and the fool. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this without any fear of contradiction. The mamamboga, the boda, and the common mwananchi of this country, if we increase the fuel levy through the maintenance road and through this bill, which is 7 shillings per liter. The common mwananchi living on less than $1 will not afford his life again. Mr. Speaker, is not a rocket science. The moment you increase tax on fuel products, you have changed the livelihood of Kenyans. So, Mr. Speaker, we should not waste any more time. We need to pull and ask the committee to stop lying to Kenyans. They have removed bread, they have removed edible oil, they have removed all those things you had put on your bill. For simple reason, Mr. Speaker, we want to call upon all Kenyans tomorrow to wake up and say no to draconia's finance bill, which is being proposed, and giving Kenyans an hope and bringing that hope in another hand called Railway Development Levy, IDF, and the 7 shillings on fuel. Please, don't fool Kenyans anymore. We'll stand with the 52 million Kenyans from tomorrow until sense comes to your mind. You cannot tax Kenyans anymore. I oppose, Mr. Speaker.
KJ, member for Dagoretti South.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful that I have caught the Speaker's eye finally. And Mr. Speaker, this is where the finance bill belongs. And I'm so glad that we are here debating it. Because, Mr. Speaker, we've got a lot of work to do in clearing and disabusing the misinformation that has been peddled about this finance bill, Mr. Speaker. Misinformation that is even leading our children to the streets on wrong information. Children who have been made to believe that the finance bill is a one clause, one question that will come to the House and members will vote yes or no. Each of every one of those children that I have engaged when they came to my social media asking whether I'm voting yes or no, I asked them which clause, and none of them could respond because they're just responding to what is being peddled in the media. But the finance bill belongs to the floor of this House. And Mr. Speaker, we are able now to tell the truth to Kenyans that the finance bill is what is going to allow us to be able to fund each and every single project that was listed in the budget, Mr. Speaker. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, we will also be able to talk to Kenyans about the process that we have undertaken, the work that has been done by the Finance Committee, the committee that has engaged Kenyans so robustly that the wishes of the Kenyans have now been heard. There were antagonistic clauses, Mr. Speaker, that were offensive to some Kenyans. These clauses, Mr. Speaker, have been attended to in the right place, and there are even proposals to drop some of these offensive clauses, Mr. Speaker. It is said that a lie has speed, but the truth has endurance. Kenyans were made to believe that when we were passing the budget here is the day that we were prosecuting the finance bill. Some of them were even coming out in the streets on the day we were reading the budget because the lie was too fast, Mr. Speaker. The lies that have been peddled in media, Mr. Speaker, have been too many. But today, we have the opportunity to put the record straight that if we have a theme that we can put on this finance bill, the theme is that we have a finance bill that seeks to make Kenya not a net importer, Mr. Speaker.
Order, KJ. Yes, member for Busia County. What's the point of order? And under what standing order?
Standing Order 91. Kenyans did not lie. They went to the street, and that is what prompted the editing of what you had already put. So let us not call Kenyans liars, but true citizens who cannot allow their country to go into a brink as they watch. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I might not have the time, I hope my time has been preserved, to take the Honorable Catherine Amayo through the process of budget making in this country. That this House is not moved by external forces. This House moves in its own motion, suo moto, on matters that have to do with budgeting. That the committee was already in the process of engaging Kenyans long before a fake demonstration was organized, Mr. Speaker. And the lie persists, Mr. Speaker, because even some of the photos that we were seeing out of the streets, I can tell you as a graphic editor that they do not belong to this country. Photos were being taken off the internet and being edited and posed as Generation Z. I am a photo expert, Mr. Speaker, and I can point out to you photos that were edited to look like they were in the streets of Nairobi, but they were not. But that was not the point, Mr. Speaker. My point, Mr. Speaker, I would like to let this House know that every digital image has a digital footprint. If a photo was taken in 2020 and is being used yesterday, we can tell from the metadata of that photo, Mr. Speaker. So there is no debate about that. Mr. Speaker, the truth of the matter is that we have a finance bill that seeks to move Kenya from being a net importer so that we can have cottage industries, Mr. Speaker. We can start our own manufacturing. We can reward any Kenyan who seeks to, and preserve a minute for me, Mr. Speaker, because of the interruption. I was saying, Mr. Speaker, that this finance bill allows us to tell the truth to Kenyans. For a whole 2 months, Kenyans have been told that the economy is in dire straits. But all indicators, Mr. Speaker, are telling us that the economy is moving in the right direction. Inflation is dropping from 9% to 5%.
Time up. Time up. Time up. Dick Maungu. Order, honorable members. Merely you contributed in silence. Please accord the same silence to your colleagues.
Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity given that I may also add my voice to this important debate. I wish to start from the word go, that I, on behalf of my people of
And Billy, you
Rwanda,
came here and told me you'll not bully any young MPs. Now you are doing exactly the opposite.
Thank you, Speaker.
Go on, Maungu.
I, on behalf of the great people of Rwanda and the young generation of this country that came out yesterday to speak for themselves, I do want to say that I reject the bill. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Bill of 2024, just like that of 2023, has been a highly debated piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, simply because it has been very offensive. Mr. Speaker, we'll agree that if given a glass of water and somebody drops in a drop of poison, that whole glass becomes poisonous and therefore unfit for human consumption. Finance Bill of 2024 is an equivalent, Mr. Speaker, of a glass of water that has been poisoned with a drop of poison that makes it fully unsuitable for human consumption. This bill, Mr. Speaker, has had serious proposals which to a great extent were going to offend and if anything, kind of harass the very many people that depend on the economy of this country, Mr. Speaker. There is a talk about having climbed down on some of the proposals, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, having a proposal on what is basic, for example, what most of us eat, most of the Kenyan people in the common household, Mr. Speaker, consume bread. And therefore, proposing an increase in the same element of food becomes a disastrous idea to the very Kenyan, Mr. Speaker, that we purport to represent. Mr. Speaker, you'll agree with me that Finance Bill of 2023 had a projection of collecting close to over 200 billion, Mr. Speaker. But as it is, it was only able to realize close to 57% of its initial target. 2024, Mr. Speaker, this bill is poised to bring in close to 302 billion, Mr. Speaker. But from the experience of last year, it may be quite a big target to achieve, Mr. Speaker. Our question, therefore, is, why could, in the government of the day, decide to postpone any new increment of taxes for the time being, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that they are able to put steps in place to help them realize the shortfall they had last year, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we saw what has never happened in this country, where a young generation, people in their early 20s, Mr. Speaker, came out to speak for themselves because they felt and believed that this House could not stand in the gap for them, Mr. Speaker. It is embarrassing, Mr. Speaker, to see our young people, Mr. Speaker, sacrificing themselves to go out of the streets because they have lost confidence, they have lost trust, and they have no hope in the institution of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let it be known that should Kenyans suffer, the person to ask those hard questions is none other than members seated here this evening, who will be able to pass this bill, Mr. Speaker, which will add unnecessary burden, unnecessary heavy weight to our people, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, as Kenyans are watching this evening, I want every Kenyan to take charge. I want every Kenyan, Mr. Speaker, take note of what his member of Parliament will be speaking this evening with regard to this bill, Mr. Speaker. A member who goes on to support this bill, Mr. Speaker, is a member who desires that these people should not have life tomorrow. A member who goes on to support this draconian bill, Mr. Speaker, is a member that does not think good for his people. And therefore, I want to urge this great House, Mr. Speaker, that as we are standing today, let us say no to this bill so that we may have an opportunity to give hope to our people. Mr. Speaker, as it has been pointed out, there's a proposal, yes, to bring down fuel levy, to bring down motor vehicle circulation tax. But at the same report, Mr. Speaker, there's a new clause that indicates that fuel is supposed to increase by a whooping Kenyan shillings, 7 shillings, Mr. Speaker. I want somebody to tell me, Mr. Speaker, how on earth can we therefore go on burdening that mamamboga, that hustler with an extra shilling at the pump, Mr. Speaker? This will be finishing our people, this will be shrinking our people, Mr. Speaker, and if anything, trying to freeze or to shrink the disposable income within their pocket. I therefore stand to oppose. Thank you.
Titus Lotte. Give him the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the Finance Bill 2024. Mr. Speaker, I would have rejected and voted no for this bill if I had rented my brain and my mind to the people that will misuse it. I would have voted no, but I have not rented my mind. Mr. Speaker, I would have voted no and rejected this bill if I was a tabula rasa with no brains to read, reason, and analyze. But I am not a tabula rasa. Mr. Speaker, the reason why I say that is I have looked at the document, the bill and the proposal therein, and realized that everything that the people of Kachaliba sent me to represent them, all the punitive taxes have been removed. And so I will actually be mad to come here and start saying we reject this bill in totality. Mr. Speaker, I will not, because everything that affects Wanjiko, everything that affects the people that I represent have been removed. Mr. Speaker, the white man say that if you want to hide an information from a black person, put it in writing. And I have attested it today, Mr. Speaker, that everything that has been written here, nobody has read, but all insinuation that is coming from the members of the public that have been incited, and also some members of this parliament, are actually hearsays. They are innuendos. They are assumptions. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the reason why I say we probably need to unback this thing and get it out of writing to start even educating these people by saying, because if writing hides information from them, then let us talk to them so that they also see that the things they talk about, they are talking about 16% on bread, something that has been proposed for removal. They are talking about 25% for edible oil, something that has been proposed for removal. They are talking about mobile charges, something that has been proposed for removal. It is because it is written and they have not seen it. The last one, Mr. Speaker, why I support this is because of 5 things. One, because for the first time we employed 46,000 intern teachers, and we intend to confirm them. This country has suffered cases of unemployment. And if the bill is bringing 46,000 people onto our jobs, do we just want to throw it away? I believe let us also sympathize with those people that are unemployed that want to get a job. Because if they get a job, they are going to improve the economy of this country. Let us sympathize the 20,000 more that are coming into an internship this year so that they can be employed next year. Let us sympathize. If you say no, you are also saying no to the employment of these people. The next one is about the pastoralists that I represent. For the first time, pastoralists are supposed to be compensated for the losses of their livestock. For me, that's a big thing. Mr. Speaker, I support because of that. I also support, again, Mr. Speaker, because of the fact that Local manufacturing is supposed to be improved in this bill, Mr. Speaker. I know when I used to work as the CEO of women groups that were trying to form cottage industries that will manufacture the sanitary towels. They were killed because they were cheap imports of sanitary towels from China. Mr. Speaker, if we want to grow our economy, we will need to improve our manufacturing. And manufacturing, we do not need high quality at this point. Every country that has developed started with a low quality, and then with time they improve it. But at the end of it all, we will have employment in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, how do we improve our industries if we say that because they are cheap, they are low quality, we are not going to start? We have to start from somewhere. And finally, Mr. Speaker, as I sit down, I will support, because I'm not a tabula rasa, I will support because I have not been brainwashed. Mr. Speaker, I will support this bill as amended, because everything that is punitive has been removed. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Thank you, Dr. Ochanda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from onset, and on the basis of the two documents that are in front of us, I want to oppose the bill, but I support the report as work in progress, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what is more critical here is the process at which we go through the stages of the budgetary process. Now, what there is, Mr. Speaker, if you look at these stages from February when we have the BPS, we get to April and May when we are doing the estimates, you get the stage where we are doing the treasury statement, the budget statement, and you get at the stage where we are discussing the revenue raising process. Mr. Speaker, these stages need to be tied. And as a House, because we have not tied them properly, that's where there are missing dots. There are dots along the stages. Mr. Speaker, if you look at now the BPS in relation to the budget, there are definitely different figures, which sometimes go beyond what the BPS expects. If you look at the estimates, Mr. Speaker, you realize that there are figures and there are proposals in terms of projects and activities that members are doing sometimes without the knowledge in terms of where are we going to raise the money. Mr. Speaker, what I'm trying to suggest, or I'm trying to say is that if we are able, for example, at the estimate stage, be able to be talking about the activities, talking about projects, and talking about what is to be funded, if at that time we have indicative sources of revenue, we have indicative figures, I think will be more useful to this country than where we are deliberately saying that the budget is fine, because there were very many good things in it, but then after a week, we are saying, no, we are not too sure where the money is going to come from, so it is bad. So, Mr. Speaker, this is exactly where I'm still insisting that those stages, we must get away with how to tie them up. There must be a string that ties them from the level 1 up to the stage when we are raising revenue. Beyond that, Mr. Speaker, we also need to look at when we are, this uproar. Why is it there's a lot of uproar in the last 2 years? We need to look at it in terms of if the traditional sources of revenue were working before and there were no issues, what is it that we need to do to work around the traditional sources of revenue such that we don't go creative ways which are bring a lot of issues, bring a lot of things that people don't understand, particularly when you get into this communication industry. There are a lot of new things. And when you move in to look for revenue across it, then there are definitely many things that must tie you to be in war with the young people, Mr. Speaker. So I think these are things that we really need to look at. The issue of, when we're looking at the issue of budget, or no, the revenue, there are things that you can avoid. You can avoid taxes. I think the nation needs to be told also, but you can't evade. What is it that you can avoid? For example, not everybody else pays for taxes on beer. It is up to those who consume it. You can avoid that if we get into other avenues where there are things that are brought that are not conducive, are not good for you. You have the space not to get into them. Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what I'm saying. I support the report, but I don't support the bill, because the report is still work in progress, and in the next number of hours, we are still working on how to improve on it, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. That is his position, Maungu. You don't have to prod anybody. Member for Aldai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the finance bill.
Member for Nakuru Town East. What is out of order? Kaitani, take your seat.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I know everybody thinks that I'm moving under Standing Order number 95. Honorable Speaker, I beg to Standing Order number 30, hours of meeting, and specifically Section 3, 4, and Section 6. Honorable Speaker, Section 3 of Standing Order number 30 says, notwithstanding paragraph 1 and 2, the House may resolve A, to extend its sitting time. B, I don't want to go to B because it's another time and date, and C. 4, it says, a motion under paragraph 3A shall be moved at least 30 minutes before the time appointed for adjournment. And Honorable Speaker, now it's around 55 minutes to the time. And 6 says, upon the conclusion of all proceedings under paragraphs 2, 3, and 4, or 4 of this standing order, or upon an earlier completion or deferment of all business standing upon the order paper for the sitting, the Speaker shall adjourn the House without putting a question. Honorable Speaker, I know we are supposed to adjourn at 9. And under the standing order, we can be able, if we agree, to proceed. Honorable Speaker, 55 minutes only means 11 members of Parliament who have at 5 minutes. So if we can move to midnight, then it will give us more time for us to be able to debate. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Kaitani, carry on as I consult my clerks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had earlier said that I stand to support the finance bill. And one thing we can see now in the country is that the conversation has changed to become politics of about a finance bill. My grandmother in the village and the Generation Z that we saw yesterday and everybody else, including Azia, are talking about a finance bill, which is a step in the right direction. Why do I support the finance bill? One is the introduction of eco-tax. In around 2016, the ban on polythene was imposed in our country. And I think at that time, there was a lot of hue and cry on how packaging will become expensive and how cost of living will become expensive. But NEMA stood its ground and the effect of the polythene ban took effect. Today, our country is one of the cleanest cleanest country because we do not have polythene papers. But we have imported finished products that have polythene. And I think introducing the eco-tax will help us in managing that waste that we've already removed from our raw materials and all the way from our local manufacture where we do not introduce any polythene. Over and above the tax, the eco-tax, it is going to create employment because we are saying that we are putting eco-tax on imported finished products. And therefore, we encourage manufacturing, local manufacturing. And if we encourage local manufacturing, what we are expecting, Mr. Speaker, is that we will get employment for our very youth who currently do not have employment because most manufacturers would prefer to do local manufacture and not pay eco-tax as opposed to importing finished product that will attract an eco-tax. Also, the products or the raw materials that we have in our country that are currently exported for value addition outside the country will have a reverse, where those raw materials will be value added and the persons or the people, the farmers and all those people who produce the raw material will get direct, not only direct employment also, but also direct income, therefore increasing the tax base. And not to mention, of course, the environment, because we will have improved on our environment and we will have extra revenue to deal with those wastages that come from finished imported products that already have eco and friendly packagings. I'm also supporting this bill because of the edible oil. About 3 weeks ago, we met manufacturers of the edible oil, and those manufacturers told us that if the taxes were going to be imposed on crude oil that they import to do the finishing of edible oil, then the cost of living would have gone up and the cost of edible oil would have gone up. I'm happy that the proposed amendments that we have in the finance bill has totally removed all the taxes that were going to be imposed on the edible oil. So therefore, that encourages employment, and of course, we have both the direct and indirect employment that comes from edible oil. The only thing I want to encourage is that these manufacturers look local and ensure that our farmers who are currently growing sunflower and canola are also considered in terms of production of crude vegetable oil, is in the conversion of edible oil, so that we don't just export labor or export revenue to countries that produce crude oil, yet we can grow it in our country. I think the other issue that we have that this finance bill is taking care of, Mr. Speaker, is that it is correcting some of the ills that has happened in previous finance acts. One of them being that the cost of money, for example, the taxes on per diems for employees has now been increased from 2,000 shillings to 5% of gross salary. That means that an employee will have more disposable income, and as well as the taxes on NHIF and housing levy has now been put as tax deductible. So therefore, we reduce the pay as you earn for the salaried employees, and that has allowed the salaried employee to have more disposable income, which is something that is a correction from the previous finance bills. And therefore, when we say that the finance bill is not should be disbanded, should be rejected, then some of these ills that are being corrected in this finance bill will not be benefited by the salaried employees. So with that, Honorable Speaker, I support the finance bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I give the next speaker, Honorable Kikaria, I have looked at your proposal. I had already given direction on the timings and the manner of debate of this bill. In fact, I had said we'll go up to 9:30, but the clerks advised me that today the House rises at 9. So we rise at 9. This is not the last day of debate. We are starting again tomorrow at 9:30. And we'll go on up to 1. Then we'll start at 2:30. And in the course of the afternoon, I can also note, sitting where I'm sitting, that other than the desire and the need, and justifiably so, for every member to speak to the bill, there is a lot of tedious repetitions. But I will still indulge every member who will get a chance to speak. Tomorrow afternoon, all things being equal, we will vote on the bill. Those of you with amendments, make sure you file them before 1 and tomorrow. And we'll give you direction on when, after voting in the afternoon, depending on how you vote, when we'll go to committee of the whole. I'll now give the floor to Lillian Kogo.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. And you, as you rightfully said, Speaker, is that you have as well been there from 9 o'clock, and so have all of us. And this is because of the interest and how emotive this particular issue is. And I want to thank you for giving me an opportunity to put my voice and the voice of the great people of Rangwe constituency in this matter. I am reliably requested or required or commanded by the great people of Rangwe constituency to reject the bill, and I will surely do that because they are the ones who sent me to Parliament. But I must also, as an academic, do that with reasons, which I should think Rangwe people are going to stand by. Honorable Speaker, at some point during debate, it was mentioned that every financial year, every year, we would keep having financial bills. We are going to have a finance bill for this year. We are going to have a finance bill for 2025, 2026, or whatever time. We will continue having finance bills. But I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that as much as we want to have finance bills every year, it would be prudent, Honorable Speaker, that if we have an act, that act should be allowed or should be given time to operationalize. We run it for a time, Honorable Speaker, so that we are able to critically analyze or critically make observations on its goodness and on its badness. And even in the course of debate, Honorable Speaker, it was mentioned that probably the young people we are seeing rise up out there may not know really about this finance bill. But I can assure my colleague and my friend that these young people are well informed, Honorable KJ. At times they're even ahead of us with information. And these are people who know how to comb and dig information from wherever they are able to get it. So we should not undermine their capacity to be informed on matters that happen in Parliament. And in any case, Honorable Speaker, these are the next cohort of parliamentarians. So I think they're in the exercise of practicing, but they are also exercising their democratic right. They have the right to picketing. So if they do so as young people, we should give them room, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, having said that, I also want to appreciate what the committee has done. The committee listened and the committee made amendments. So we have on one hand the committee report, but also we have on one hand, the committee did proposals for amendments, and on another hand, we have the bill in itself. So that gives room for hope. And from the point where I stand, I may not be very good, Honorable Speaker, at estimating the age of the substantive chairperson of the Finance Committee. But I can literally guess, Honorable Speaker, that he's a young person. So I want to tell the chair of Finance Committee, my brother and the Honorable Member of Parliament, you are a young person and the young people are looking at your capability and your capacity to run a major docket like that. Let us not take things for granted. It is a career you are building. And I want to say that there are many issues to reject this bill on. When we talk about not bringing taxation or not making gluten-free bread taxable, what exactly do we mean? What is the science behind it? What is the issue on allergies about this? Was it medically informed? So if we start tearing and scrutinizing this bill, Honorable Speaker, to the extent that we tear it apart, all of it will be rejected. But for me and Rangwe people, Honorable Speaker, on the bill, I stand to reject.
No. Thank you, Lillian. Taitumu?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Taitumu and others, those who want to speak, stop menacing the Speaker with hand gestures. I can see you and I'll give you a chance to speak.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I arise to support the bill. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the committee. First of all, when I went through the document, I saw 203 entities were given an opportunity to present their views in connection or in relation to the bill. The committee listened to their views objectively and made various adjustments to the clauses that were punitive to the Kenyans, and mainly the Mamboga and other citizens of this country. Mr. Speaker, I have heard you make several pronouncements that those who have amendments, they tender the amendments before 1 tomorrow. This is to say that the bill is tendered, or the bill is brought to the parliament so that the members can get an opportunity to make an amendment and not to reject that are meant for the posterity of this country. Mr. Speaker, this government inherited and disjointed education structure that requires massive and colossal amounts of money to make it raw. One, Mr. Speaker, 46,000 teachers are about to transition from the interns to JSS to permanent and personal basis. Mr. Speaker, the clauses that were barred were dropped, others were amended to make sure that this bill benefits the citizens of this country. Young Kenyans have jammed our phones with messages of reject. But when you engage them by asking them to expound on the reasons as to why we should reject, some go mute. Majority of them go mute. The reason is that they have been confused. They have been poisoned because the truth is being laced with poison. But the truth of the matter, Mr. Speaker, is that this bill is progressive. It is progressive in the sense that punitive clauses that would have affected these Kenyans were removed. For instance, the motor circulation tax was removed. This one would have drastically affected the Mambaboga, anybody who uses the vehicle, those who transport the cabbages, the tomatoes and the rest, or those who use even provox and other modes of transportation to make sure that their merchandise reach the market. Mr. Speaker, this is the first time when the salaried people will have pay as you earn deducted after the statutory deductions are removed. This one will have a positive index on their net pay. And for this reason, it shows that this bill is good. Taxes on mobile phones transfers, they have remained as they were, and they have not been handled as it is seriously exaggerated. On VAT on financial services for foreign exchanges, Mr. Speaker, those transactions, those exchanges have also remained as they were. VAT on bread, Mr. Speaker, it was very contentious. But in the wisdom of committee, through the advice and the democratic space that it gave the stakeholders of this country, the experts, the professionals, and even faith-based organizations, they saw it worthy to have it removed. The eco levy and other levies that were not necessary to be levied on Kenyans were removed. Mr. Speaker, this country requires money.
Thank you, Taitumu. Member for Kiminini.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Representing the good people of Kiminini, we know that this finance bill is supposed to be a mechanism to raise funds for the government programs. However, if the government widens the taxation mechanism that affects the people, then I have a right to to represent my people and indicate where it's not right. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we must reduce and rationalize our expenditure. We must live within our means. Looking at this particular bill, Mr. Speaker, we completely left out the principle of a sovereign state whereby the Bretton Woods are the ones dictating what we have to put in our budget. Someone sitting in Washington and the IMF does not really understand the pain that the local Kenyan goes through by inflicting a specific taxation on bread, things like sanitary pads, an example. And I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, it is also important that the templates that have been provided by the World Bank, which have worked in other countries like Croatia or wherever, using those templates in Kenya, it cannot work. So it is very clear that, Mr. Speaker, and again, looking at the other side of the House, if you look at something like diapers, you expect that having mostly the younger generation on that side will take care of basic items like diapers. This morning, Mr. Speaker, I saw the presentation by the majority leader, which listed 4 companies that are producing diapers and even sanitary pads. But figures don't lie. If you look at those 4 companies, they are not able to meet the demand of the sanitary pads or the diapers that are produced in this republic, meaning that majority of those items that are used in this republic are actually imported. What I would have expected from this bill, Mr. Speaker, is for the bill to also state good mechanism where we're encouraging even manufacturers to come in and manufacture locally. Basically, what this bill has done is to try and protect some local manufacturers and, of course, not promoting competency or proactiveness. We should not, in the spirit of protecting local manufacturers, try to put more taxes, especially on critical items like this. And Mr. Speaker, this reminds me in 1775, between the month of April and May, where we had, within the month, we had over 300 riots, which were actually the bread riots. And yesterday, we've seen actually people hitting the streets because of that. And I'll not be surprised, Mr. Speaker, if we don't panel beat this and ensure that we have a good financial bill whereby we will make history as the first country, not just on the continent, but globally, where we will have riots of diapers or sanitary clothes. So, Mr. Speaker, my expectation from this presentation, we having a lot of minerals. We've got iron ore, we've got copper, graphite, magnesia, nickel, all this we have. I would expect that there are smarter ways of seeing on how we can really utilize and take advantage of our natural resources. An example, Mr. Speaker, I'd also expect that on items that are causing some social disorder like alcohol, an example, we focus on such items where we put even 100% taxes. But touching on items like bread, like sanitary pads, that one I think, Mr. Speaker, really creates a lot of fault on this particular bill. So at this point, Mr. Speaker, I oppose this bill. Thank you.
Timothy Toroitich, member for Marakwet West. Give him the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this very important bill. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I rise to support the letter, the spirit, and the intent of this particular piece of proposed legislation. Honorable Speaker, but with a rider, I support the same, Honorable Speaker, as proposed by the committee. Honorable Speaker, the reason why I say I support the bill with the amendments by the committee is for the reason that, Honorable Speaker, the bill as it was brought to this House is a bill that was in the mind of the executive. Honorable Speaker, the reason why this House is given time to interrogate a bill is so that we can get the input of the members of parliament here and also get the input of the members of the public through public participation. Honorable Speaker, when the Committee of Finance went to collect the views of the public, Honorable Speaker, they never went to collect the views of Kenya Kwanza public. They never went to collect the views of AZIMIO supporters. They never went to collect the views of individuals. They went to collect the views of collective Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, if this bill, if there was no amendment to this bill, personally, I would have opposed this bill. But because of the amendments that has been reflected in the report of the committee, I will support the bill purely based on the proposed amendments by the committee. Honorable Speaker, there were acrimonious, there were contentious clauses in that particular bill. But Honorable Speaker, courtesy of the amendment, the members of the public were told about the 2.5%. Honorable Speaker, that proposed amendment by the committee is the one I support. Honorable Speaker, I have read the report in its entirety, the voluminous report. Honorable Speaker, the 2.5% on the issue of tax on motor vehicle has been deleted pursuant to the opinion of the public. Honorable Speaker, I commend the committee led by Kimani Kuria. Honorable Speaker, they said that the 2.5% was based on the Income Tax Act. Honorable Speaker, they said the Income Tax Act only deals with income and not assets as the motor vehicle. Honorable Speaker, that is the reason why I support. Honorable Speaker, second reason. This year, the Committee on Budget proposed certain fundamental amendments, and they brought a budget for this House. One of the issues led by Ndindi Nyoro was the issue of equality in terms of allocation of resources insofar as electricity is concerned. Honorable Speaker, every constituency was given 50 million. I saw my friends from the other aisle supporting that proposal. But Honorable Speaker, the question is this: how do we fund? How do we get the 50 million if we don't pass this finance bill? Honorable Speaker, the issue of CDF, all of us from this aisle, from the opposition, supported the increment in CDF. Honorable Speaker, if we don't have enough money to support that increment, how shall we, as a country or as members of parliament, get that particular funding? Honorable Speaker, on the issue of JS internships, Honorable Speaker, there has been demonstration outside there. The internship teachers have been saying they want to be confirmed. Honorable Speaker, I sit in the Committee of Education and Research of this House. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, in this budget, we have allocated...
Yes, what is the point of order from your neighbor?
Mr. Speaker, I rise on standing order number 91. Is it in order for the honorable member to mislead the House that the budget proposed an increment on CDF, yet we know CDF is a percentage of the collection?
Honorable Speaker, it is not rocket science that the constituencies are receiving depending on the number of wards, but this time round we have an increment of 30 million per constituency. Honorable Speaker, that is not rocket science. It is an increment that has been reflected in the budget, and therefore it must be funded. Finally, Honorable Speaker, even though I support this bill, there has been hue and cry outside there. Honorable Speaker, it is incumbent upon the executive to ensure that money collected in this year's financial bill, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Timothy. Wanjala Raphael.
But my card is here. My card is here.
Wanjala shall be heard in silence so that he can be able to be silent when others speak.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I beg to oppose this motion. Mr. Speaker, sir, this finance bill of 2024, National Assembly Bill number 30, of 2024, Mr. Speaker, I am also cognizant to the fact that this bill went through the first reading on 13th May 2024 and was committed to the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning for Consideration Committee and reporting to the House under the provision of Standing Order number 127. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm also cognizant of the fact that this bill has 65 clauses and seeks to amend laws on matters such as the Income Tax Act, Cap 47, 1, the Value Added Tax, Cap 476, the Excise Duty Act, the Tax Procedures Act, Cap 469, among others. And Mr. Speaker, you have heard some members saying that if we oppose this bill and it collapses, they say then we will not be able to collect taxes. I want to inform the members that if this bill collapses, we already still have a bill in force of 2023 that will continue. What we are only doing is that we are amending. It's not that there is no another bill. We are just amending the previous bill. Therefore, when this one collapses, members, there is nothing that has gone wrong. We will still continue. And that is what some of us are praying for. Because, Mr. Speaker, you are also aware that last financial year, 2023, we have a bill that was supposed to collect over 350 billion. Now, in this one, 2024, we are proposing, 2024-2025, to get additional revenue of 302 point something billion. But even the other 352, Mr. Speaker, we were not able to collect. So I don't know why this government of Kenya Kwisha, sorry, Kenya Kwanza, they are too over-ambitious to do what they may not be able to attain. Mr. Speaker, sir, even though these measures might be part of the general effort to enhance domestic resources, mobilization and reducing dependence on foreign aid, as they have always said, and loans, and yet, to us, we know very well that this is the government that within less than 2 years, they have borrowed more than any other government, although they claim not to have been borrowing. It should be done with the sensitivity required and the necessary understanding of the economic situation that Kenyans' situation of the common mwananchi is already shouldering a heavy cost of living in this country.
Member for Changamwe, what's out of order?
Is it in order for the Honorable MP, who is actually a member who has been here for quite a long time, he's actually reading instead of debating?
Thank you, Honorable Member for Changamwe. I was actually about to bring it to the attention of Honorable Raphael Wanjala that it is out of order to read a speech in the guise of a debate. And you are a very senior member of the House. You know the standing orders. You can make reference to some aide memoir, but you cannot read a speech the way you are reading a speech. It is not maiden either. Yes, go ahead and debate the bill. Wanjala.
Mr. Speaker, actually, I'm not reading, I'm referring.
You are reading, but go on now.
Mr. Speaker, and you also didn't ask him which standing order. That is the biasness we are talking about.
Yes, Kimani, order, Wanjala.
Is it in order, Honorable Speaker, for the Honorable Wanjala to misinform this House that even if the budget, even if the finance bill were not to be passed, then the budget process would still continue, and he quotes the Constitution. So, Article 220 of the Constitution, Honorable Speaker, on the form and content and timing of budgets, says 1, budgets of the national and county government shall contain A, estimates of revenue and expenditure differentiating between recurrent and development expenditures, B, proposals for financing any anticipated deficit for the period to which they apply. Therefore, it is a constitutional requirement that when a budget is tabled, there must be the supply side of that expenditure as proposed on Article 220 of our Constitution.
Yes, Wanjala.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not opposed to what he is saying. What we are doing, we are just amending. And when you are amending and a section you have amended collapses, the other act still continues. That's what I said. These are just newcomers. They don't know how these things happen. Mr. Speaker, sir, we know this government promised a lot, just like the previous governments have been promising Kenya that there will be industrialization in this country. And yet, there's nothing they're doing towards industrializing this country, but they have kept on telling us stories and they keep on collecting money, a lot of money, and we don't even see the value of that money where it goes, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, even yesterday, what we saw in this country, Mr. Speaker, you know very well some of us were in the struggle from 1992, and we did away with the police state. But yesterday, what happened in this country was a police state, where police were mobilized to beat innocent young boys and girls who are just asking for the right, who had a right to picket, to demonstrate, and to petition. Where are we taking this country? And yet, we are proud that our generation is now the one that is ruling. Yet, they are taking us back to where we came from, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the current government that it should not harass Kenyans when they ask for what is right for them. They should consider and look at. They should not just thump. They should listen to members of parliament. This committee is just...
Thank you, Honorable Wanjala. And the lesson you learned today is you can see how nice it is to speak without anybody heckling at you. You have enjoyed speaking today, so give that enjoyment to others when they speak. Member for Nyeri Town.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the finance bill as amended by the proposal or by the report of the Finance Committee. And I urge the chair of the Finance Committee to ensure that by 1 o'clock tomorrow, all the amendments that the committee has proposed are rightfully before this House. Mr. Speaker, I have spoken to the people of Nyeri Town who elected me. I started with the Archbishop Moheria of the Nyeri Archdiocese, who even gave me the report that he presented before the Committee of Finance during the public participation. And Mr. Speaker,
yes,
I have spoken...
Order, Madenge. What is out of order? Honorable Is it Masara?
Yes, yes.
Yes, Honorable Masara.
Mr.
What?
Speaker, the member is out of order because we cannot call, I'm a Catholic by faith. The bishop cannot come and confirm to us in this house that the member of parliament talked to him. So, under Standing Order 91.
Order, Honorable
Mr.
Masara.
Speaker.
Order. Do you have any information to the contrary? He says he spoke to a bishop in his constituency. What's wrong with that?
Mr. Speaker, under 91.
Order, Honorable Masara. You are out of order.
Okay.
He's not even using the bishop as an authority to advance his argument. He's just saying he spoke to him. Go on, Madenge.
Honorable Speaker, I have spoken to my constituents in the market in Nyeri Town. I have spoken to my constituents in Gatito location. I have spoken to my constituents in Rolengo location. And I have listened to their proposals and their objections to the finance bill as originally tabled in this House. Their concerns have been adequately addressed in the report tabled by the Finance Committee in this House. And as a result, Mr. Speaker, all the JSS teachers in the 43 primary schools in the constituency who had been requesting me for permanent, for PNP employment, I can today proudly, in this House, confirm to them that through the funds raised using this finance bill, their employment is guaranteed. I can confirm to the doctors who went on strike in this country over money for interns and their collective bargaining agreement that was not implemented, that the promise given to them will be funded through this finance bill. I can confirm to the coffee farmers of Nyeri and Mount Kenya region that the debt write-off that has been promised by the government, the funds will be raised using this finance bill. Mr. Speaker, the executive brought their proposal to this House. This House has the mandate to look at the proposals by the executive and either agree with them, reject them, or amend. It is incumbent among us tomorrow, if you do give direct that way, Mr. Speaker, that we exercise our mandate as a House and contribute towards the advancement of this country in terms of the budget that we passed in this House. Mr. Speaker, we started by passing the budget policy statement that indicated that we would have increased expenditure this financial year. Where did we expect the money to come from? If, when the proposals are brought to us, then all we are doing is saying reject in its totality. A lot of the young men who sent messages to my phone, I engaged them and asked them to specify the particular sections of the bill that they wanted me to say no to. A lot of them just kept saying reject in totality, meaning they had actually not interacted with the document, but they have been fed to believe that this finance bill had nothing good for this country. On the contrary, none of these members has rejected the increase in the CDF allocation in the constituencies. None of these members has rejected the employment of the JSS teachers in their constituencies. None of these members has objected to the payment of the doctors' salaries as promised during their strike. Honorable Speaker, I sit in the Health Committee. We have proposed to implement UHC. None of these members have opposed the provision of improved health services for our people. Honorable Speaker, I support.
Yes, Mwango, what is the problem?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I want to seek your clarity on whether we are discussing the budget or the finance bill.
There are contemporaneous processes. TJ Kajwang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When many people have spoken, as a ranking member, I do not want to repeat what people have said here.
So you surrender the...
Nor do I want to, not surrender, I will not surrender at the time, but nor do I want to bore you with a lot of unnecessary information. But Mr. Speaker, sir...
yes, Honorable Zambia.
On a point of
What
order.
is out of order? Hold your horses. Kajwang. Give Honorable Zambia the mic. Give him the mic. Give him the mic. You can. Pardon? There you are.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm not out of order, but I wanted to remind you that I've been seated here since morning, and when I checked in the screen there, it was almost number 2.
Order,
so I'm worried that the time...
Honorable Zambia, take your seat. I have also been sitting here since morning, Honorable Zambia. So have all these members. This system has been malfunctioning. It brings your names, then it erases them. So I have also been exercising discretion, sometimes to balance the House, gender, youth, and so on. You will speak. If we don't speak today, I'll be here at 9:30 in the morning. And I can give you an undertaking. If you are here, I'll start with you. Kajwang? No idea.
Mr. Speaker, Article 221 that was quoted by the chair of the Finance Committee is very clear that the financial documents must be before the House 2 months before the time that they relate. When you look at 221, in fact, starting from 220, 221, and 223, you get the impression that the Constitution anticipated that these documents would have to be reconsidered in one set. Now, there was a BPS which was presented to this House, in which the minister expressed the fundamentals upon which this budget was drawn, and therefore the Finance Act or the Finance Bill. Now, when you see that Finance Bill was predicated upon the BPS, when now we see the report of the Finance Committee, you will see that almost 18 articles or clauses are designed to be changed. And you can do the math, and my friend was telling me that it is something in the tune of 300 or so billion shillings. The point I make is that the alterations which are being done, whether right or wrong, are such that they fundamentally and substantially change the architecture of the financial bill, which was predicated upon the BPS. Now, that is a constitutional and public finance construct that we have to call the minister and even we as National Assembly, because this is our process, the budgeting process. That is the first point I want to put. And so when we say that the details are good, or we are changing things and so on, then think of, if anything else, a constitutional construct which must guide the budgeting process. and members of the public are entitled that we do good governance and follow the constitutional principles, number one. Number two, somebody said, and this is the only point I want to repeat, somebody saying it is giving with the right hand and taking from the left hand. You can still work the maths and see the amount that is said to be given out, yeah, in this bread tax and so on, which is being made right by the committee. You will still see that in actual fact, that amendment which is seeking to introduce RLMF is substantial enough to absorb all these things that they are bringing. And let me tell you, Kenyans, you are not going to pay fuel. It is not going to be more expensive. What these people are timing is your electricity. It is your electricity. It is that amount which shows every day on your electricity bill, which supports the extraction of power, generation of power. That is what this thing will be all about. And so when you think about all these things, it is, and Honorable Nikal told me, and it was from very good authority from his own wife, who's a professor also, Vice Chancellor. He told me that this budget is a decoy. It is a decoy. It is made to look like, it is like a glass. And yet deep inside it, it has done even worse than it should have been. But now you are being told that we are very, we like the public, we listened to you, and we have changed. Nothing has changed. And the last thing is, when we will come to the appropriation, the only two things which will happen, either they will amend the Appropriation Act to be able to absorb this, or they will borrow more. And so Kenyans will be even in a deeper shit. Oh, no, that is not parliamentary. I'm sorry. Parliament will be in a deeper hole. That hole, that big hole, that you...
Thank you. Munyori. Give the mic to Honorable Munyori.
Munyoro. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I appreciate the honor of getting this opportunity to speak. First, Honorable Speaker, let me say I'm a member of the Finance and National Planning Committee, and we did a lot of work to come up with these amended proposals for the finance bill. And I would also like to appreciate our secretariat because they do a lot of work. They've had sleepless nights. We have one of them here who's he's been here since morning. And I rise to support these amended proposals for the finance bill. One of the reasons is very simple. I've listened to a lot of people, even members of parliament, who do not seem to understand that the bill comes from Treasury to Parliament. So it's not our bill. What our role is as members of the Finance Committee is to receive the bill, do public participation, and then incorporate that when we are writing the report. And when we are writing the report, we go clause by clause. So each clause that is in the bill, we've gone through it, we've looked at the messages and information that we got from the public, and then we are able to do the report. One of the reasons I support the bill is the issue of we had issues with avocado farmers from the last finance bill when they were told that they should need to register for ITIMs. And I'm happy that clause 51 and by extension clause 57 is coming to rectify that process so that any farmer who is having a gross turnover of less than $1 million shillings per year is not eligible to register for ITIMs. I'm also happy that we've removed tax on craft paper because our tea uses this paper for packaging, and that will go a long way in ensuring that our tea is competitive and farmers get their rightful money. The other issue, I think, is the issue of allowable, that is the housing levy, social health insurance, and NSSF, which were previously not allowable, and they are now allowable in the pay slips. And if you look at your pay slips, initially you'd get the payee before you get those 3 deducted. So that means that they'll be deducted first, and this is for all employees, which is putting more money because the payee will be less there. The issue of borders. I'm happy that we'll be able to assemble our borders here. And I know, because that is a very large community, and we've been here discussing helping the people who are at the bottom of the pyramid, is that we expect that the cost of borders will be less, and that they'll be able to encourage more of youngsters who want to go in self-employment, get the same income. When you look at the appropriations bill, I think it is fair, because I know in this parliament we're able to know that we will get money for our Mau roads which have stalled, and for my people in my constituency, I think this is a very good thing, and that's why I intend to pass the bill. I know we've also been allocated money for electrification, which is 50 million for each constituency, and I'm happy that as well for my constituency. I know we are also getting more money for the coffee cherry fund, and I think for all coffee farmers, this is a plus, because we need to get to support our farmers, and this is coming as a result of the finance bill. So without the finance bill, I think we cannot be able to do what we are planning to do. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, the issue of KRA, there was a proposal by KRA, and I've had it mentioned here. We've proposed that the KRA cannot be able to access data, and this is our report. So there is a member of parliament who said something about the same, and I would like to say that in the proposal, we rejected that, where they wanted to access all our data, all our information, our electricity bills. They wanted to access everything. And I say, we need to go through this report. Lastly, I had a very good proposal from a member of parliament who is proposing that because you are trying also, when you are doing the report, to know how you can be able to differentiate between hatching eggs and table eggs. That proposal, you need to bring that amendment. Bring it to the House so that you know if the people who are using the hatched eggs, they are able to show that they use the eggs for hatching and for chicks. So I wish you bring it, and I know as members who are reasonable, we'll be able to adopt it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Zambia. Give Honorable Zambia the mic. Give me the mic. Pardon?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving this opportunity to contribute to this finance bill. Honorable Speaker, let me first start by appreciating the Finance Committee. So I may not be a good economist, but I'm a good mathematician. Honorable Speaker, the essence of this bill is to make the life of Kenyans bearable. Honorable Speaker, I want to consider, we appreciate that they considered the motor vehicle tax, edible oil tax. Considering that amendment, which brings to around 76 billion. Honorable Speaker, as I have told you, I'm not bad in mathematics. This certain amount of money have been hidden in another aspects of taxing Kenyans more. Honorable Speaker, by adding 70%, 7 shillings in fuel levy, it means that, Honorable Speaker, already we moved from 8% to 16% in VAT in terms of fuel levy.
Honorable Zambia, you have 3.5 minutes left. So tomorrow morning we'll start with you. Members, you may be upstanding. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, it's now 9 p.m. The House stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 20th June 2024, at 9:30 a.m.